This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The nuclear industry expansion debate has reached the city of Rock Springs, which just hired a communications contractor to educate the public about it and about other hot-button issues. Rock Springs Mayor Max Mickelson supports bringing nuclear-based business to the city and last week backed the now finalized hiring of a communications contractor whom he said will inform but not persuade the public about industry particulars. However, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that not all city elected officials are in favor of that move, especially since the public relations contractor is the wife of a city council member.
It's another branch of the pervasive nuclear debate where people are saying, the technology isn't sound enough for us to risk the groundwater and other treasures of Wyoming. So the way this erupted in Rock Springs last week and over the weekend was the city hired a special communications professional to educate the public on nuclear and other matters. And one councilman who voted nay on that hire, that contract, said, we're spending an extra $4,000 a month potentially on a propaganda machine.
The Wyoming legislature is considering expanding nuclear waste storage opportunities so small nuclear reactors could both generate power and store waste in the state. A massive search effort continues for a Minnesota man missing for nearly 2 weeks in the rugged Cloud Peak wilderness of northern Wyoming. Grant Gardner, a 38-year-old Minnesota man described as a skillful and experienced outdoorsman, texted his wife at about 7 p.m. on July 29th that he'd reached the top of Cloud Peak. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that he was reported missing to the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office on August 1st, and the search effort has grown and expanded ever since.
At least a dozen agencies, people have donated private aircraft, helicopters. They brought in radar that can just even the tiniest movement or differences, and they haven't found him. However, he is an experienced, skilled outdoorsman. He's been out there quite a bit, and his wife says he's very meticulous. Gardner's wife, Lauren, she just texted me, said that she's also very distraught, but also very hopeful.
Tips from hikers in that area are being routed to the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office. In the meantime, a GoFundMe campaign has been set up to help the family. Mining jobs in the Powder River Basin just got a boost from the Trump administration with the Department of the Interior's approval of a mining plan modification that will unlock 14.5 million tons of federally owned coal at the Antelope Mine in northeast Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the approval extends the mine's operations by about 6 months through 2037.
There have been 3 mines that wanted to have expansions done under the Biden administration. It ran into a long review process. That review process went through all the steps, according to the sources I spoke to, and finally came to a conclusion that yes, all 3 mines will be able to expand. For Wyoming, that means the Antelope Mine, which sits right on the border between Converse County and Campbell County.
Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon praised the decision in a statement, and U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman connected the Antelope Mine approval to broader legislative efforts supporting Wyoming's coal industry. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
The Perseid meteor shower will hit its spectacular peak over Wyoming's night skies on Tuesday, a chance to witness the annual summer astronomical phenomenon. And Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Wyoming is a great place to watch the shooting stars and the fireballs.
We're going to be seeing some shooting stars, the potential of fireballs, and even potentially a sonic boom. I was told by a professor at the University of Wyoming that searching for areas where there are dark skies without light pollution is the best way to see this spectacle, and you can do what's called cowboy camping, which is going out into the Wyoming wilderness and setting up a fire and a tent and just taking in the night sky.
While the Perseid shower is normally visible in some capacity between mid-July and September, it will reach peak intensity in the early morning hours of August 12th and 13th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday, August 12th. I don't know what so many men are getting in trouble with. It's not even a good way to start the show. I'm reluctant to even go here, but so many men, including men in positions where they have access to kids, young to minors, and they're in positions of authority or positions that can be abused, and, particularly pastors of churches. Yeah, we got to talk about that. Again, I don't know if these incidents are on the increase or we just live in a time where we're hearing more of what has always been. Rock Springs is interested in getting a piece of this whole nuclear movement, but they might be putting the cart before the horse. They might be getting a little too excited about nuclear, as there's a little bit of a rift between the mayor and some councilmen, as the city council of Rock Springs talks about jumping into the nuclear age, but maybe jumping in too fast. Rock Springs councilman cries foul over contract for wife of another councilman. I don't think it's so much that the councilman is claiming impropriety. We should reach out and get both these people on the show. I don't know if they would agree to come on and go face to face, but I get a sense in the Claire McFarland story that the issue is not so much who was hired, it's the fact that the hire was unnecessary. If I can paraphrase Councilman Rick Malonis, Mayor of Rock Springs, Max Mickelson, and there's a Councilman, Eric Bingham. I'm just trying to introduce you to the players. And there's a City Councilman, Rick Malonis. The council voted the other day 4-1. I'm not sure how many council people they have, but the lone no vote regarding hiring a communications contractor to educate the public about the nuclear industry. And one councilman, Rick Malonis, was the no vote, and his main concern, at least the way it was phrased by Claire McFarland, the way she constructed the story, Rick Malonis, who I do want to reach out and get him on the show. He appears to be not necessarily upset or suspicious over who was hired. Who was hired is the wife of another councilman, Eric Bingham. In fact, Mayor Max Mickelson, when he was running the meeting, said, Eric, you should step out of the room right now because we're going to consider hiring your wife to be a communications specialist to inform the public about nuclear, to educate the public about nuclear power. There's so many misconceptions, so many things the average person doesn't know. We're finding this out in bar none. So, good job, Rock Springs. They're trying to get ahead of it. What is nuclear? What are the risks with burying waste from micronuclear plants, etc.? And the idea was Rock Springs would get out ahead of this and just inform their own people. But Rick Maloney says it's not information. He said this is just a propaganda. He said it's a waste of money. We're going to shell out over $4,000 a month to basically promote nuclear. Let's not pretend, Maloney said, the city councilman. He's like, this isn't information. This isn't, here's the good and bad of nuclear. Here's the good of nuclear. Here's how many jobs it'll bring. Here's why we got to have it in Rock Springs. That's Maloney's contention. This is a propaganda project, he said. He said it's expensive. It's propaganda. And then there is also the sticky thing of the hire, who is Liz Bingham. Liz Bingham is going to be in this job for 6 months and make some $4,250 a month max. The deal expires after 6 months. Liz Bingham will basically be the new communications expert regarding nuclear energy. And that's that could be a little sticky. Oh, I don't think Maloney's necessarily had a whole bunch of heartburn over that. In fact, the mayor points out, and others pointed out in the story, Wyoming's small. Sooner or later, you're going to get these issues of perceived conflict of interest, like this person's married to that person, this person works for this person in another, the 1 degree of separation in Wyoming happens, and it's kind of hard to avoid in a lot of small towns. I've seen that a lot. I don't know if that's the huge deal that Liz Bingham is married to a city councilman and the city council just hired her to be this spokesperson. Rock Springs City Council is doing the best it can to create a firewall there. They said she'll report directly to the mayor, not to the city council. So she will not have to report in part to her own husband. And husband was recused during the discussion to hire her. In fact, not only recused, meaning he gave up his vote. He was not allowed to vote on the deal. He left the room. Mayor Mickelson wanted to be clear. He's like, Eric, walk out. We're going to talk about potentially hiring your wife. That's, I don't know. To me, that's not really the issue because, again, sooner or later, if she brings expert knowledge in this area, and I'm not sure she does. I think there was some contention that she isn't necessarily a nuclear scientist. But is it a necessary hire? And what exactly is her job going to be? Mickelson, the mayor, said it's obscenely untrue that her husband got her the job. He wanted to put that to rest immediately. Like, nope, that's a non-starter. The mayor also continued, I don't need a marketer. I certainly don't need a propaganda person. I need a communications person who can take incredibly complex ideas and present them to the public in an understandable way, because we have big issues that are going to come before our community. Nuclear is among those. So it's not necessarily nuclear only, but it sure seems like it. And in what other capacity would you hire a special communications person? You know, I'm trying to think of another situation that would arise where the city council said, we need to spend more than $4,000 a month on such and such. Like what? Maybe like during COVID, the pandemic, the city council probably already had a health officer, but, some communities probably made a temporary hire, probably with federal money. But let's say you had to come up, that would be a situation where you're in a one in a lifetime. Here's a pandemic, and we need to educate the public on what COVID is, what the vaccine is. Now, could that person who gets hired be perceived as a propaganda person for pro-vaccine? Maybe. But in this situation, Liz Bingham's job appears to be a little bit as a promoter or cheerleader for nuclear. I don't know how you can avoid it. The only people who know how nuclear power works are people in the nuclear power industry. Whenever you hear them talk, in fact, that's one of the things Malone has said. He said, we went to this information thing, and he said it was just a dog and pony show put on by nuclear people. They're the only ones who know anything about it. Is there an expert on the situation who can inform the public in a neutral fashion? Here's what nuclear waste storage is. Here's what a micronuclear plant does. Here are the risks. Here are the benefits. Here are the jobs. The only expert spokespeople on that topic are the people in the industry who want to get a foot in the door, who want to get into your community with their project. That's not necessarily good or bad, but they certainly have an agenda. And Malonis points that out. He said, this hire is nothing more than hiring a marketer, propaganda machine, and we don't have the money for it. But he was the lone no vote in a decision that's already went down in Rock Springs. Interesting issue. And yeah, maybe we'll try to reach out and get somebody on the show from Rock Springs, because imagine this is not going away. The whole nuclear power thing's not going away. We're going to have a guest on. Scott Clem's going to be on later in the show, talk a little bit of nuclear and other stuff. Darren Smith sworn in as interim U.S. attorney for Wyoming. That means he'll leave a seat vacant on the state Senate. The Republican Party in Wyoming has 15 days to send 3 nominees to the Platte and Laramie County Commissions to replace Darren Smith, who tendered his resignation with Governor Gordon. And it's a step up for Darren. Congrats. He's already said that he's going to go scorched earth on certain things, including Chinese infiltration into the U.S., immigration, going to be really important to him. Darren Smith on the job, sworn in yesterday as interim U.S. attorney. And that will leave a Senate seat open for a tricky district. He serves over there in Laramie, parts of Laramie County and parts of Platte County. He's in the parts of Laramie County that don't have a big city, don't include downtown Cheyenne. So he represents a very populous county in Laramie, but pretty much the cowboys, ranchers, and rednecks. Rural Laramie and Platte. So it's a It's interesting. It's a tough area to get a feel for your peoples. You all right, kitty cat? This cat's got to go out. We need to take a break. Emergency break to kick the cat out. We'll be right back. Greg Johnson will be with us here in just a bit. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday as we come to you from all over Wyoming. Down there in Cheyenne, capital city. Hello. Torrington, Riverton, Jackson, Pinedale, wherever else we are. We're all over the place on radio, syndicated statewide. We're on the YouTubes, Facebook, X, and the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Greg's here. Greg.
Yep.
What are you doing today? I'm tired. I was out late.
I'm going somewhere.
No way.
Yep.
What do you got planned?
Can't tell you.
Oh, come on. You did that once before.
I can't say, but you'll know.
Dude.
Later today.
How long will it take you to get there?
A little bit.
You can say that. Oh, my. Come on, Greg. 3 hours?
Not long. Not too long. What in Wyoming terms, not too long.
Oh, man. You are being vague. Is it a follow-up to something that's already in the news, or will this be new? enlightenment?
It's new news.
New news. Okay. Oh, wow. What a puzzler. Okay. Okay. Anything? Oh, by the way, I forgot yesterday I don't know how we're going to find this out, but remember we had sort of a gentleman's bet about whether Weird Al would sell out the Ford Center.
No, it wasn't sell out. It was more than 2,000.
Oh, all right. Well,
you said they wouldn't get more than 2,000.
Is that what I said?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stand by that. I wonder. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. It could be close. I guess I wasn't there, but
one less seat, one less ticket. You didn't help your own cause. We certainly gave Weird Al every chance we could. We talked about it so much. We probably sold 5-10 tickets ourselves just for him talking about it. But
yeah, too bad. It's probably the best thing that's been there in a long time.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. His bigger, weirder tour. Did you this? Well, I was just talking earlier about this Rock Springs councilman at odds with another councilman and the mayor, although I didn't get that sense. Claire McFarland's story about Rock Springs with a new hire, 6 months, little over $4,000 a month, and Rock Springs has hired a communications specialist, seems primarily geared towards informing the public about nuclear, although the mayor says there'll be other issues, but it looks like Rock Springs is trying to get ahead of nuclear, seeing what's going on in Bar None, and just educate the public. The mayor appears to be pretty pro-nuclear. Should a micro-nuclear facility want to build there, do something there? Then there's also the waste issue. But one of the councilmen said this hire is wasteful and is nothing more than a propaganda machine.
Well, not only that, he says it's really improper because it was a no bid. It was a no bid contract that was given to the wife of another council member.
Right.
And so he's got a problem with that. He voted no on it and everything. And so he went on to he went on to Facebook with a 10-minute video calling it all out.
Oh. Yeah, and
the mayor says, look, it's a small town, everybody's related to everybody.
Right. And
then that she's qualified for the job.
Yeah, I get that issue. And Wyoming is small, and sooner or later in a small community, all the communities are small in Wyoming pretty much, it's hard to avoid a degree of separation, a wife, a spouse, some kind of relationship that could be deemed conflict of interest. Now, that councilman whose wife was hired was recused from the vote. In fact, the mayor even said, leave the room while we talk about it, trying to build a firewall there. I think they did everything appropriate, and it's unavoidable in Wyoming to get those instances. But Barones has...
yeah, but one council member going off and calling him out for it is news. So
yeah.
It's
Malonis, sorry. I think Rick Malonis, though, has a point regarding what is the function of this hire. Now, the reason it didn't go out to bid, it didn't meet thresholds of payment. This is just a 6-month gig at $4,250 a month max. So it isn't required to go out to bid.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's probably not. I mean, it depends on what the city's rules specifically say, but most cities, counties, things like that have a threshold that anything over a certain amount has to go out for bid. be, approved by the council or whatever. But anything lower, because if it was anything, you go out to buy the receptionist a big pen, you need to send that out to bid and get council approval for it. You couldn't do business. So
yeah.
By the way, your request for that pen is pending right now. pending approval.
Pending approval. Things have been stuck in that.
They want some documentation to prove the necessary expense of the pen.
That sounds very bureaucratic.
Right. Well, the Yankees won. So.
I saw that. That's because I didn't watch it or check in on the score. I was doing a wedding last night. So if I stay away from them, they tend to win. So I'm just going to give up for a little while. Yeah. 4 home runs. That's good.
Yeah. 5 would be better, but
of course,
you can be greedy about stuff.
Yeah.
Where it's never. Do you hate those people where like it's never good enough?
Yeah.
It's man.
Yeah.
I killed it today. Say you're a used car salesman. I sold 5 cars today. I was like, well, it would have been better if you sold 6 or 7, but 5's not bad.
I know. It's never enough.
Just like it's never quite enough.
Yeah, as a hitter, you can go 3 for 4 with 3 homers, but if you strike out that last bat, you're going to get booed in the Bronx.
Yeah, like that hat is pretty nice. I mean, it'd be better if there's a little darker green on it, but that's not too bad.
Well,
that's almost like what a coach is, though. I mean, especially the pros. Someone goes out and he, ends with, it's complete. Everybody's talking about, how good Sudur Sanders did, but he's like 14 of 23. Do you consider that good?
Yeah. What about the incompletions?
That's right.
Yeah. What about a running back that gains 200 plus yards, 3 touchdowns, but he missed that one block. He didn't pick up the blitz.
First down,
No, like he
missed the block.
Yeah,
You're
not
right.
even something that's not his number one job. Like you didn't pick up that blitz, and you didn't make that block.
Can't let it go to the head. That's the whole.
Yeah, well, there's very few of those kind of coaches left anymore. Those hard butts, so to speak. I mean, in the high school level, you're a fanny patter. You got to be really encouraging. Then you get up to college and you're a mix of the two. By the time you get to pro, your whole job, 90% of you should be telling everybody how bad they are because they're already getting paid jillions. Their agent tells them how great they are.
Spend the whole day telling them how good they are. They're going to want more money.
Yeah, man. You got to break them down.
You're like all pro. You go in to renegotiate and they're like, well, but look at this video of this pass you threw in the second quarter of the 3. We can't give it to you because of that.
Right. The film room session on Monday and those kind of coaches, they don't show any of the highlights. They just find the 2 errors this guy had and they play them in slow motion.
Can you imagine how miserable the film sessions for the Rockies have got to be?
Oh.
Maybe they don't do film sessions.
No,
and that's one reason why they're so bad.
They can't. There's no way.
They've lost 8 straight.
Well, sounds good. They got to get back.
The difference between runs scored and runs allowed now is minus 330. The next worst is Washington Nationals with minus 146. So they're almost 200 in the negative runs allowed to runs scored than the next worst.
They're achieving new heights or new lows, as it were.
New highs and lows.
I like this stat where how many games behind are they from the next worst team? If you made a division out of the 5 worst teams in baseball, the Rockies are still like 10 games back of like.
They're 13 games behind the White Sox.
Oh.
Yep. The White Sox are the next worst.
13
games behind them.
Yeah.
And it's the Washington Nationals, and they're 17 games behind them.
Oh. I think
they're 23 games behind the worst team in your league in the AL East.
Well,
Baltimore Orioles are still 23 games better than the Rockies.
Yeah, the AL East is tough though.
But it's the same for the AL West. They're also 23 games behind the Athletics.
It's pretty bad. Well, maybe they'll get a high draft pick.
You know what they could? They got everybody right where they want them, Jake.
They know what they're. This is all calculated. This is a scheme, an elaborate scheme.
That's right. Well, you remember the famous drive, Elway Drive?
Yeah,
98 yards against the Browns.
Right.
There's a story about this. That famously, right before that drive started, they're huddling in the end zone. They're backed up. They're in Cleveland where they're all yelling at him, probably throwing batteries at him and stuff.
Yeah.
They're in the huddle, and the center, Billy Bryan, I think was his name, cracks a joke that Elway says it just put us at ease and let us. And what he said was, "All right, we got him right where we want him."
Yeah. I love that. That's inspiring.
And
yeah.
just go right down and.
Well, there's a little bit of sense of freedom when no one thinks. If you're already counted out, those are the most dangerous teams. We've seen it happen. And coming up towards the end of baseball season, you watch these teams that are just out of it, and you watch them surprise and spoil the day for some other teams. Yeah. Why are they throwing batteries in Cleveland? Why did that come up?
I don't know, but they did, and there was that one game where they were like all throwing the bottles of beer out there and stuff. They in the game early.
Yeah, Cleveland rowdies. Well, at least they're not throwing dildos onto the field. That you see, one of the guys who did it has got a Beavis and Butthead T-shirt. They're trying to find out who he is. Authorities are looking for him. What an idiot!
What do they think?
Not
put out wanted posters. It is either Beavis or Butthead.
Yeah, they got a picture of him. It's pretty good. I mean, they'll get him. I mean, it's a good photo from a camera, and he's got a Beavis and Butthead T-shirt on. Like, duh.
If you haven't seen it, they did this Saturday Night Live sketch. I think it was last year with Beavis and Butthead, and
oh yeah,
it was hilarious.
Dude, the one dude plays Ryan. Who's the heartthrob actor? Ryan. He plays one of them. He's good. No, not Ryan Reynolds. The other guy he's in Baby Driver. Not Baby Driver. He's in, Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
Yes. He's funny. He's understatedly funny.
How they kept in character was just, I don't know how they did it.
Oh man. It is funny. It's a funny skit.
It's like, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Ryan Gosling has a weird sense of humor. He can be really funny.
Yeah. I was telling Jimmy this the other day. I miss the old, everybody misses the old Saturday Night Live, but what I miss is they used to be really good with the commercials, the spoof commercials.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a good one in a long time.
No. I like those 3 writers that do that one ongoing series. You know what I'm talking about? I forget what it's called. It's one of my favorite segments. These 3 writers are the funniest guys on that show, the funniest writers. And What is the name of that? Because they did a great one with Dakota Johnson. She was really good at it. Please Don't Destroy. It's they do it like maybe once a month. Check out all the segments are called Please Don't Destroy. They're really funny. That's my favorite part of SNL.
Okay. Yeah,
Otherwise,
I'll check those out.
yeah, Please Don't Destroy with Dakota Johnson is funny. Yeah, watch that on YouTube. Really funny. Yeah, otherwise, SNL's just become, they go to politics too much for me. It's just always politics. Which
yeah. And anymore, you're trying to be politically correct a little too much. You know, in comedy, it's hard to do that because people find politically incorrect stuff funny.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, I know I shouldn't laugh at this, but check this out,
Which is, I think, why you're seeing the rise of certain comedians. It's bubbling under. It's on the down low, but Shane Gillis and that other dude, there's a couple of dudes, Bill Burr, is that the guy's name? There's a couple of dudes that work a little bit dark like that. And people are laughing when they know they shouldn't laugh, and then they're just bursting out loud. And then pretty soon these guys are going to be mainstream. There's that surge, I think, I feel it, of people just wanting to laugh again at comedians that tell these, jokes that are borderline. Shane Gillis doing the ESPN award show. He mentioned a few times when his jokes didn't land. He's like, I knew I shouldn't have done that one. or he blamed it on the censors. They should have told me to take that one out. I like that edgy stuff. But I also like to swig me some Kratom over at the gas station. Gas station heroin. You've never tried this, have you?
I haven't, and I don't want to.
No.
No, I don't. I actually bought one of them yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, I went in. I got some photos.
Yeah.
You feel self-conscious. You don't want to just go into a place and take photos and stuff. You be a customer.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like going in and saying, I need to use a bathroom and not, buying a pack of gum or something.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, I'm like, I get back, I'm like, you want this? No, I don't want it. I don't even like, I get worried if I thinking I'm going to have too much caffeine or something. So
yeah. I don't do any of those energy drinks, Rockstar, whatever. I drink coffee all day long, but I don't like the Red Bull, all the energy stuff. I'm scared of that. And that's just the beginning. That's just the gateway drug to Kratom, which apparently Kratom's on the high end. We're talking about it. Renee Jean did a story about what they're calling gas station heroin. In low dose,
people can get hooked on that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, well, and I'm kind of opposite. You'll drink coffee all day, but you won't do the energy stuff. I don't do coffee.
Oh,
so I will in the morning. I'll have 1 5-hour energy.
Oh,
but I don't swig that stuff all day. I'll just have the one.
Yeah. Okay, so to me, that's kind of hardcore. That's the trucker's speed. Wow. Now
it's not any more than having a couple cups of coffee or something.
I know. But how does it hit you? Is it time release? Do you feel energy for hours, or does it like bam, you get a burst and then it tails off?
No, you don't really. I mean, you don't really notice. It's like if you were to drink a cup of coffee, you're just not as you're not as tired going, or it doesn't hit you or anything. It's not like shooting heroin or something, and you're like,
yeah.
From what I've heard, I don't know what it's like.
Well, yeah, no, nobody knows. Who knows? Well, Greg did grab himself a bottle of what we're talking about, this Kratom. He brought it home and he he wasn't going to drink it because he's not crazy, but he poured it into the plant behind him and it's dead. It died. And the cat got into it and he's bouncing off the walls. Bing, boing, boing. He's got
yeah, that's what it is. I gave it to the cat.
He's got extra zoomies.
My cat is on gas station heroin right now.
Oh man,
now she's hooked. She can't.
Evan Storch, lieutenant with the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, is training law enforcement officers to recognize impaired driving, particularly signs of kratom, which is tough because you can exhibit all kinds of things from hopped up sense of speed because that's how it acts in low doses to high doses that actually kind of mimics like fentanyl or opioid. Like you're kind of out of it, man. And he's seen it. He used to work in Arizona where kratom was an issue. It's sold now in Wyoming. No problems yet in the state with it, but everybody's going to run out and buy it now. It's made from a tropical evergreen tree native to Southeast Asia, sold as a supplement.
You see, but it might be a little harder to hide your kratom grow operation.
Oh yeah, it's too big, right? Yeah.
You can't put that in your basement.
You need a big greenhouse, and it's hard to smuggle in a tree from Southeast Asia if you want to start your you like drag this big old tree through customs. Wait a minute.
Stopped on the I-80 with a trunk full of kratom.
Yeah.
And at the store, I was asking them about it, and I was like, "Well, is this stuff gonna like make me feel high and stuff?" And they're like, "Oh no, it's like Kool-Aid." So maybe compared to everything else in your store, it might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
And everything in the store was all like purple and pink neon lights with the lights kind of turned down. It's like you walk in and you're automatically in some kind of drug-induced haze or something.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old head shops in the day. There's a reason this stuff started in vape shops. I mean, it is marketed that way, like illicit drug kind of way. Yeah,
that's where I went. It was a vape shop.
Yeah,
but they had a whole room. I mean, a huge bank of kratom stuff, and not just the little bottles that look like. And it's not a coincidence that the bottles are exactly like like the 5-hour energy shots or something. But there's all kinds of there's like bags of stuff. There's pills. You can take them in pill form.
Dang.
They got a whole like wall full of stuff, and it's all behind glass that they have to unlock to
yeah. I'll take a 6-pack of kratom to go. I don't know. I'm not ready yet for that. All right, we got to take a quick break. What's your plans, Greg?
I'll stick around.
Excellent. We'll be right back with more Greg Johnson after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
A
just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
I tried to look for some meteors last night because I was driving home. It was after midnight when they should have been out and peaking 100 mph. That's not miles per hour. It's meteors per hour. Per said meteorite show is going on right now. I didn't see or notice any, but I was half asleep on that drive home. I needed some kratom. You see any meteor? Are you up that late? You're not out that late that you're going to see some meteors, are you? You're muted. Sorry, Greg. Yeah.
I do that on when you go to break.
Yeah, I'm glad you do.
Just in case, because if I'm coughing or blowing my nose or something, you don't need to hear that. So.
No, that's proper etiquette.
I'm not, but I am, because I try to go to sleep, but I usually don't sleep very well. I'm waking up every, 90 minutes, 2 hours or whatever. I just wake up a lot. So
really,
but when I do, I'm trying to get back to sleep. I'm not like, oh, I'm up. Let me go out and look at the meteor. I'm sleepy. I'm trying to get that done. So
yeah.
And then last night, okay, I think this happened. Okay, I think it was an insurance person came by to look at the siding and the fence and everything that took a beating from that sized hail.
Was it a sly scammer dude or?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was a scheduled thing. It was yeah.
You got pretty pounded by that hail, huh?
Yeah. In fact, I take my Durango in to get fixed in 2 weeks.
Oh,
they have to keep it for 5 weeks.
Yeah, body shop work, Greg. Believe me, I know. It's
I'm like, well, and they're like, well, we got to get the parts. I said, well, just let me know when you got the parts. I'll bring them by.
Yeah,
and they're like, no, that's not how it works. Because I guess for this stuff, they got to do work to get all the dings and stuff out, and they got to replace the hood, which my hood has got like these intakes and stuff on it. So it's I guess the hood is kind of a job to, number one, get in the right color. And but anyway, so and I was talking to someone last night, and he made a good point. Says, so they gotta keep it for 5 weeks. Yet you could probably from start to finish roll one off the assembly line in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
brand spanking new.
Yeah. And then also, if they had to rebuild it, wait till you see what they charge you or your insurance company for those parts. Like when you part out a vehicle, like how much is it going to cost to find a hood that matches your vehicle? They'll get it from a salvage yard, which is a story right there. These salvage yards that have these parts, because Dodge isn't in the business of making extra hoods. If they make a hood, it's going on a Dodge Durango, So the only way you find these parts is you find someone else who wrecked their car. And what part didn't get smashed, the salvage yard has it, and they sell it for gold. And if you rebuilt your car based on what the parts cost, it'd be like a $200,000 vehicle. It's crazy.
Yeah. But I'm glad it wasn't totaled out. So,
Yeah.
So that's good. But anyway, so this guy, he comes by and he's doing the thing. He gets everything. He must have disturbed something right outside my back door.
Uh-oh.
Because I wake up and coming under the door all the way out into the living room. I'm kind of in the living room here, and then over here is the dining room area, and then the doors. You can see the doors back there behind me. So it's like a wave, a little swath right into the room and everything, ants. I think he disturbed an anthill or something, and they're just all
marching in.
And so luckily I got some spray, and so now I got to redo the floors because I got the spray all over. But I sprayed all over to kill them and stuff. But I'm probably gonna have to call some kind of exterminator or something to go out there.
I got a guy, as they say in New Jersey. I got a guy. He has, I don't know what it is, but he does this spray for ants, and it works. Because I have ants here. They come after the hummingbird feeder. They crawl up the outside of the house, and they get down to the hummingbird feeder. There's like 10 dead ants in the water. And 1 year he sprayed for them, and it worked. Didn't see a single ant. So yeah, I got a guy.
It's like a few thousand of them. I mean, it's like a wave. It's like watching the wide shot of the in Lord of the Rings with all the troops riding in,
Yeah. Or a drone shot of the Boston Marathon. All the runners just like flowing down the road. Yeah, these ants are smart though. For an ant. Like the stuff
I was gonna say for
the stuff they figure out how to do things.
But to go from like nothing to all of that, and that in fact it came right after that guy was here. I'm sure what happened is walking through or what it somehow disturbed. Like right outside.
Yeah. So you got an ant invasion going on. You got hail damage.
Either that or he's got some kind of a scheme going on with an exterminator company. And when he does his stuff, he like drops a queen ant in your house or something.
Isn't that funny? The bug zapper.
That's the most plausible explanation right there.
His van is followed by the Bug Zapper LLC van. They just roll through the neighborhood one behind the other. Could be.
Have you noticed that when like people who are like really into conspiracy theories? I'm not saying conspiracies don't happen because they do, but for some reason, to the people who are really into the conspiracy theories, that conspiracy, no matter how far-fetched, seems to be the most reasonable, plausible explanation to them. Like, does this really seem reasonable? Well, yeah, it's obvious.
Yeah, because they're smartly attached to things that have no real solution, no plausible, That's why there's conspiracy theories. You get a situation where there's no logical solution. So, yeah, of course it's got to be the absurd tinfoil hat.
Once in a blue moon, it turns out right. And, wow.
Yeah.
then you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, who knows what we're going to, you think the JFK shooting, is that ever going to be laid to rest?
I thought Trump declassified all that stuff, but nobody's really reported much on it.
I know. In Area 51 was declassified, and what did we learn? That UFOs and aliens are real. Really? Is anybody buying it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Every time we see a class, we finally get the unredacted classifieds open, whether it's Epstein, Area 51, or JFK, we don't learn anything. Turns out the government didn't know anything anyway. That's what we find out.
Where we got vaccines from the aliens.
Oh, boy.
Chew on that one for the next 3 hours.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Have a good Tuesday.
All right. See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Top of the hour news is next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Wyoming state senator representing Laramie and Platte counties hand-delivered his resignation letter early Monday morning, then was sworn in as the interim federal prosecutor for the state hours later. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that Darren Smith was nominated by President Donald Trump on July 30th as his pick to fill the position permanently. But to win that title, Smith will have to clear a U.S. Senate confirmation process.
He's serving on an interim basis right now, and what that does is he tendered his resignation to the governor early Monday morning. Had he not, that would have been a federal law violation, but he did. And the governor turned around and told the Republican Party state chair, and that started the clock for the state chair. He has 15 days to organize all the precinct committee people in that legislative district to choose 3 nominees to fill Smith's state Senate seat. And then the 2 county commissions with weighted votes according to the population proportion from each county are going to pick 1 replacement.
In a July 30th interview with Cowboy State Daily, Smith vowed to be tough on crime generally and to defend crime victims on the Wind River Indian Reservation. Some people call it gas station heroin, others street-legal morphine. Regardless of such nicknames, kratom has sparked growing concerns nationwide about the safety of the over-the-counter supplement. There so far haven't been widespread reports of problems with kratom in Wyoming, but Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that doesn't mean it isn't a concern for law enforcement agencies.
There are all these kratom products on the market right now, but nobody's really regulating them. Companies are finding ways to boost the narcotic element in these kratom products far, far beyond what would normally be there and making it more like street heroin. A nickname for this is gas station heroin.
Sold as a supplement, kratom has become increasingly popular in the U.S. as a home remedy for things like pain, coughing, diarrhea, anxiety and depression, and opioid withdrawal symptoms. It's become widely available in a variety of shops, ranging from convenience stores and herbal supplement aisles to vape shops and gas stations. People might not agree about much when it comes to wild horse management, but there's broad support for horse adoption, and a young Wyoming Mustang named Red Solo Cup is looking for a new home. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to horse trainer Sienna Hawk, who spotted the scraggly-looking little horse with reddish hair and found it perfectly fitting to name him after Toby Keith's ode to America's favorite cheap drinking vessel.
The Bureau of Land Management is starting to partner with some private groups that specialize in picking up and giving some basic training to these wild horses once they're rounded up and taken off the range. And one of those groups, one of the trainers has connected with the horse.
Red Solo Cup is roughly a year old and has been through some basic training. He'll be among 16 Mustangs up for adoption August 22nd and 23rd at the Nebraska State Fair in Grand Island. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Casper's old Yellowstone district used to be the life of the party in the 1950s. First, it was a thriving business district that catered to travelers on their way to Yellowstone National Park. Then it was also home to a huge Amoco refinery that brought workers into Casper's downtown. But since then, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the area that once boasted Casper's grand downtown hotels has fallen into disrepair and neglect. However, a movement is afoot to restore glory to the district.
What's really cool is it's getting one of those grand hotels back. A company called Brick and Bond is going to build the CH Bixby Hotel, and it's going to have 120 or so rooms. It's going to have a street level restaurant. It's taken them 20 years to get here, but they're really turning a corner and having a grand hotel back in the downtown. I think that's a big milestone for Casper.
The hotel itself will employ 80 people, as well as creating meeting and event spaces that will bring new life back to downtown and all the parties to come. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Tuesday, and you'll just have to excuse me. I'm high on kratom. It sounds so close to crack. Kratom is the new crack, and I'm not going to be able to stop talking about kratom all morning. I don't know why. Every guest I have on, I'm going to ask them if they've tipped a bottle of kratom lately, or spread it on their Wheaties, or popped a kratom pill. That's the magic of the internet and news, is you can be so blissfully unaware of something one day, and the next day suddenly kratom is the convenience store heroin, the gas station heroin. I feel so much more informed, and I feel left out. I have FOMO when it comes to kratom. The fear I'm missing out on a new high. I got to get me some kratom before it's banned. Don Day will be on pretty soon. We'll see if our weather guy is got kratom in the kitchen cabinet. Don will also talk about this Perseid meteor shower. Annually, it happens every year, right about now. Last night, the meteors were out. I didn't see them. I looked a little bit. But probably a little bit after midnight is when you should be looking for them. Last night and again tonight. Tonight will actually be the peak. You're looking for, meteors. Everybody's seen a meteor shoot across the sky. And the Perseid meteor showers are showers. Like they are 100 meteors per hour when it peaks, which will be tonight. That's a lot. I mean, that's more than, let me see. It's going to take some high math. 100 meteors per hour is like more than one a minute. All you got to do is stare into the sky for 1 minute and you will see a meteor. It's cool to see them by chance when maybe you're driving and you see one in the windshield, or maybe you're out camping, whatever, you're outside and you do catch one. Like, oh, did you see that shooting star? And of course, nobody you're with saw it, which is also the cool, magical thing about shooting stars or meteors. You're always the only one who saw it. And then you start to question, was that really a meteor? Yeah, they probably are. 16-mile-wide Comet Swift Tuttle is where this Perseid meteor shower originates from. And it orbits the sun every 133 years. The Perseid shower, normally visible in some capacity, mostly between mid-July and September, reaches peak intensity in the morning hours of August 12th and 13th. So you want to go out probably after midnight tonight. Max Galbraith, planetarium coordinator at UW, commented on this story written by, surprisingly, not Andrew Rossi, who was all about outer space. Jackson Walker wrote this story. He got Max to explain once-in-a-lifetime sightings. Max said he recommends cowboy camping, like the kind of camping where you don't have a tent. You just got your sack, and you just lay down on the ground on your sleeping bag next to a small fire and just watch the sky. I did that once in Nevada. I remember camping in Nevada in the back of a pickup truck. Just slept in the back of a pickup. It was in right outside Area 51. And for a while, I just laid down on the hood of the truck, sipping on some kratom, and watched meteors every once in a while in Nevada. And then I'm telling you, I am not a tinfoil hat guy. I'm not conspiracy theorist. I do not believe in aliens at all, or UFOs. There is no intelligent or even unintelligent life anywhere in the universe. We are it. That's what I believe. God created this planet and not another one. I didn't read about that in Genesis. I read about this planet. I didn't read about any others. And this idea that we found water on such and such planet and the potential for life here, and it's all a bunch of hooey. As far as our telescopes have been able to see, which is pretty far, we haven't found any life. Not an amoeba, not some weird fungus, much less a Martian. There's nothing out there. We're it. Anyway, so I don't believe in aliens, but I am laying on the hood of my truck in Nevada, middle of the night, and I see a meteor every now and then, a shooting star. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Then I see what I think is another meteor, and it's like a white flash, and it's going faster than a shooting star, like faster across the sky. And it's not dropping down on the horizon. It's like right overhead. And it changes direction drastically, like zoop, makes a 90-degree turn in split. Like there's no jet that could fly that. There's nothing that we have man-made that can do that. And I saw that. It's a vague memory now, and I wonder if it was even real. But I swear I saw this thing, and I'm thinking, Area 51, if it's not a prison for aliens, if it isn't like a UFO headquarters where we're keeping aliens alive after they crashed on Earth, then at the very least, it's secret government stuff. That's where the government works on the latest and greatest technology. Like maybe they made a jet that can go that fast and turn like that. But I watched this and I'm like, that's weird. Nothing should be able to move like that. So, yeah, maybe I did see a UFO in Nevada. Max Galbraith, the planetarium coordinator at UW, said, yeah, get out there tonight, probably after midnight. Could get up to 100 meteors per hour. So, yeah, you're very likely. Should be a clear sky for most of us in Wyoming. We'll double check with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day and make sure. I think it's going to be clear for the majority of the states, so you should have a good view. Don Day said, in my opinion, the best meteor shower of the year because it happens during a warm season. Yeah, we're not required to bundle up in 18 layers of clothing and go outside at 20 below to watch this meteor shower. We get to just walk outside in our shorts and watch Perseid go at it. Don Day said it never disappoints. At least it never does for me. So, yeah, don't miss a chance if you're out late tonight. Check out that Perseid meteor shower. I'm interested in doing that. But I don't know if I'm going to make it. I was out late last night. Renee Jean talks about Casper, a little downtown rejuvenation, the Yellowstone district of Casper. Once in the heyday in the 1950s, used to be all that, Casper's old Yellowstone district. Not so much anymore. We see a lot of cities that, they start in one place and then morph into another area. But back in the day, thriving business district of Yellowstone catered to travelers on their way to Yellowstone National Park, home to a huge Amoco refinery that brought a lot of workers into downtown Casper. It also had a railway that made the entire area an important logistics hub for many warehouse and distribution centers. Old Yellowstone district was hopping back in the day, in the 1950s, but shifting traffic patterns began the decline of the area. More tourists started migrating along Interstate 25. New hotels opened there, and kind of the Yellowstone area of Casper, Yellowstone District, is almost a ghost town, but there's plans to make it something again. And the plans began with a major hotel, the C.H. Bixby Hotel will have, when it's completed, 120 rooms. It'll employ 80 people, provide meeting and event spaces, and perhaps bring new life back into the old Yellowstone district, downtown Casper. The artist rendering of the hotel on the corner there of, where is it? It looks pretty impressive. And that's sometimes all it takes to get the ball rolling, to get rejuvenation of a downtown area. It's usually anchored by like one big thing. A hotel, that'll do it. 120 key hotel in this area, that could get growth spurring again. Renee Jean thinks that might be the case. Is old Yellowstone district of Casper ready to start roaring again? Maybe. We'll take a break and get Don Day into the room. Ask him about meteor showers after this. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we get our weather fix for this Tuesday. Day weather forecast on day joins us. You might want to stay up late tonight. Maybe grab a six-pack to go of Kratom at the gas station. Don, are you hip to the whole Kratom supplement that's in the news today?
It's the first time I've heard of it.
Me too.
I'm sorry. I live in a cave, so
there's
a lot of new trends I just have no clue of.
I know. You can't possibly be hip to everything. And every time I go to a C-store, a gas station, or whatever, there's a whole section of stuff that I don't know what any of it is. I've never heard of any of it. It's all flashy packaging. It's all obviously targeted to a demographic younger than me. But yeah, I mean, an extra shot of Kratom, 5-hour energy drink, whatever you need to stay up past midnight, it might be worth it. It's pretty cool. Did you see any? I was out last night after midnight. I didn't necessarily see anything, but clear skies tonight for Wyoming. So no excuse.
Yeah, there will be some clouds in some areas, especially up north, but for the most part, there should be an opportunity to see things. The biggest factor is the moon. The moon is just really bright right now and big. And so that dampens the opportunity to see some of the meteors, but it's still worth it. Jupiter and Venus are really close together. off in the eastern sky. That's a real sight to behold. The two brightest planets are right next to each other right now. And that makes it neat. So, you got to let your eyes adjust good 20 minutes. So if you want to see them, you just can't step outside and look up. Your eyes need to adjust.
Oh, yeah.
Get a lawn chair, get a blanket, and whatever. What did you call that? What's it called?
Kratom. Yeah.
Kratom. Is it an energy thing?
Not necessarily, but it can function as such.
Okay, well, grab a 6-pack of that, or what? Is it a drink? Do you eat it? I don't know.
All the above. Yes. It's like
or you know what? How about just a cup of Joe? Just make a cup of coffee.
If you have enough kratom, you can see meteors streaking across the sky without even being outside. It depends on how many kratoms you had, but
you might see Bigfoot too. So
you never know.
That's when Bigfoot wants to come out. So
you have I don't know if all meteorologists are like this, Don. I mean, we know most weather forecasters aren't as good as you. You're unique in this way, but you have also a special interest in outer space and where outer space meets the sky. Where is that exactly? I think we talked about it before, but at what 40,000 feet? Like, where?
It's a gradient. Are you talking about where does space begin?
Yeah. Like, how do you know you're in space?
Some people will argue different altitudes, but it's right around 350 to 400,000 feet.
Ooh, a little way up there. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a gradient. It's not like, I'm in space. It goes.
Yeah.
What'll happen is a lot of people don't realize is that the atmosphere fluctuates in terms of thickness due to solar activity. That's why some satellites come down. One thing that really hasn't been reported a lot is the number of Starlink satellites that have come back down.
Yeah. Well,
because they're low orbit. And so when we get these solar storms, that changes the thickness of the atmosphere and can cause it to actually expand to where the satellites are, then they get a little bit of drag and that gets them out of orbit. And so yes, there is weather in space.
Interesting. Yeah, I picture it, as some cartoonish. You're in your rocket ship and it's blue sky, black sky. You're in space. And it's a defined line. That's interesting that it kind of wavers around, and that's why satellites sometimes fall out, or anything Elon Musk shoots up into space, it tends to fall back down.
What goes up, as they say.
We got a nice weather day today, warm, pretty nice, summer, August day.
Yeah, we call this a copy and paste day. We're copying yesterday's weather and pasting it into today. There will be a few gusty thunderstorms up north along the Bighorns later this afternoon and evening, but the rest of the state is going to just basically have yesterday all over again. We start to heat up starting tomorrow, and then the second half of the week and the weekend, thunderstorms start to come back. We'll see thunderstorm activity pick up again.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you. Have a great Tuesday, Don. And
I'm headed to the convenience store to try that, whatever that is.
Careful.
Because, I trust anything that you drink that's in the cash out register near, at a convenience store.
Yeah.
What could possibly be wrong?
If it's within arm's length of the checkout, that impulse buy is,
Yeah, I think I'll have some of that.
You're going to develop an addiction. I know it. All right, be careful. Don Day, the day weather forecast. Yeah, beware things that are, as you fumble for your debit card and you're like, oh, that looks flashy. I'll have one of those. Good advice from our meteorologist, Don Day. I could follow that. Let's move right to, I already played our commercial, so we can stay right here. Let's go to another gas station. This one in Casper, and we still don't know a whole lot more about the fatal shooting of one man. No arrests have been made. Dale Killingback's on the story. This is a follow-up story to the original incident. Dale Killingbag says, no arrest in fatal Casper gas station shooting. Victim's name is being withheld until notification of next of kin. We do know it's a 34-year-old man fatally shot Sunday. But right now, we know enough details to just get wild with speculation as like what was happening. According to surveillance cameras and eyewitnesses who worked at the gas station, they said 2 men and a woman were chasing one man. And the one man being chased at one point decided he was through being chased, stopped, turned around, and brandished a firearm, allegedly, and shot. And I don't know how many shots were fired. Brandon Wilder, the store clerk, said he heard at least one pop. He said it was kind of subtle, not super loud, so he thought maybe it was a smaller caliber firearm. But by the time they heard the pop and then they saw a group of people gathering around one of the gas station workers' car, she's like, Brandon, everybody's grouping around my car. We heard that pop. Let's go out and see what's going on. Max's convenience store on North Center Street. This happened in the middle of the afternoon, 3:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. And Brandon, the store clerk, went out to check the victim, and he said, yeah, this guy's bleeding. We ran back into the gas station to get some napkins to try to stop the bleeding. And then at one point, Brandon said, I tried to help the guy. I had other people were assisting helping this guy that was laying down on the ground shot. But at one point, I had to go back to work. He said people kept coming into the store to buy stuff. They don't care there's a guy dying in the parking lot. They got to get their chips and pop and crack them, whatever it is. So, yeah, he had to go back to work. And all we know, we still don't know anything more than that. We don't have an idea of the victim. And we know the police have not made an arrest, which gets me speculating that maybe this guy, maybe it's a self-defense kind of shooting. He's got 3 people chasing him, allegedly, reportedly. And maybe a justified shooting. No arrests have been made. Casper PD is not releasing a whole lot more than that, other than to say that the victim is a 34-year-old male. Spokesperson at the coroner's office said they're looking to make a next of kin notification, and then hopefully they'll release the name of the victim maybe sometime today. Casper PD spokesperson Rebecca Ladd did acknowledge to Dale Killingbag yesterday no arrests have been made, and a press release will be issued if one is. The Wyoming delegation, Governor Gordon, all cheering the Trump administration okay of a Wyoming coal mine extension. Remember 1 year ago, things were looking dismal in the Powder River Basin for coal. In the Biden era, which was, well, let's say not real bullish on coal, we were looking at a closure, an end of coal production in Powder River Basin. There was even a date attached. By the year 2030, we wouldn't be digging up coal anymore in the Powder River Basin at the Antelope Mine. It would be over. It's not that there's no coal there. It's just under different administrations, presidential administrations, coal's no good. Coal's what you get in your stocking when you're bad at Christmas. Under the other administrations, like the one we have now, Trump, coal's a good thing. Coal's something you do want to see under the Christmas tree. Means you've been good. The Trump administration has approved 14.5 million more tons of coal for the Antelope Mine of the Powder River Basin. So you're looking at extending the mine's operations through 2037. And that protects an estimated 359 full-time jobs. That's good news for the energy industry and coal in particular in Wyoming. For a mining operation set to shutter in 2030, now extended out to 2037. It's good news. David Madison has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. I think I'm going to do a little This Day in History because we might be crowded next hour. This Day in History is kind of boring. Not much happened today. Sorry. I mean, I'll just spoiler alert and let you know right now. It's kind of ho-hum. August 12th, 1877, public land offices in Evanston are open. Okay. 1878, Robert Carey was born in Cheyenne. Happy birthday, Robert Carey. You know him as the 11th governor of Wyoming. In 1919, he was elected 11th governor. He would later serve as a U.S. Senator. Robert Davis Carey, born on this day in 1878. 1890 in this day, it's the first day in which Wyomingites could register to vote in their state. The response, 500 registrations in a day. I wonder if Secretary of State Chuck Gray knows that. Chuck, if you're listening, did you know this was the first day Wyomingites could register to vote? And they did so, 500 of us, in 1890. 1891, railroad track was laid in Gillette, Wyoming. That's significant because that was a northern spur, right? I think. I mean, we all know Union Pacific was putting in the rail that went east to west in Wyoming, or west to east, whichever direction you're taking, on the southern part of the state, pretty much where Interstate 80 is today. Interstate 80 is essentially the UP run, the Union Pacific. But the other, the Burlington, there was the other rival rail company, I think that ran north-south up to Gillette from Laramie. Maybe. I should check that. But railroad track was laid in Gillette on this day, 1891. This day, 1945, the wreckage of a B-17 that crashed during World War II was discovered 2 years later. This bomber was lost during World War II operations on June 28th, 1943. And for more than 2 years, nobody knew what became of the wreckage. It was just lost somewhere in Wyoming. And then a couple of cowboys stumbled across the crash, which also had the remains of the crew still in the plane. Oh, what a gruesome sight that must have been. This incident, I want to say, there's more than one Bomber Mountain in Wyoming. I think this one is the one outside of DuBois, I think. Let me check that. The B-17 Flying Fortress, nicknamed Sherazade, crashed into what is known as Bomber Mountain in the Bighorn Mountains. Oh, okay. So this is not the same. I'm pretty sure there's a Bomber Mountain outside of DuBois, also where a bomber crashed. But this one was en route. It's located. The crash site not discovered till 2 years later near Cloud Peak. Speaking of Cloud Peak, of course, in the news. That's where the missing hiker is still being searched for, about 18 miles northeast of Tensleep. It was en route from Pendleton, Oregon to Grand Island, Nebraska. It was supposed to have arrived in England to join Allied bombing campaign against Nazi Germany. So this was a crew and a plane on the way to England to go fight in World War II. It never got there, never got out of Wyoming. It crashed. The B-17 crashed on Bomber Mountain in that Cloud Peak area of the Bighorn Basin. And a couple of cowboys stumbled across the wreck more than 2 years later. Yeah, a lot of great stories about that, including one from the Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy. The 10 young men who died giving Wyoming's Bomber Mountain its name. Yeah, I remember when Jackie wrote that. That story came out January of this year. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think she has in her story how two cowboys, August 12th. Look at that. It's exactly right. Mystery solved. As far as the lost plane, Jackie points out August 12th, 1945, two cowboys spotted something shiny on a ridge line in the Cloud Peak area of the Bighorns. What they had discovered was the mystery of the flying fortress, this B-17. They contacted authority. Within days, Air Force investigation crew was sent in, and they recovered the bodies of the crew, returned them to their families, and the whole story's in the Cowboy State Daily back in January 26th of this year. Jackie wrote that story. Pretty cool. Fort Casper was added to the National Register of Historic Places on this day in 1971. And in 2005, on this day, a tornado devastated parts of Wright, Wyoming, and killed 2 people. Yeah, they have tornadoes over there in the eastern side. Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. Let's see what Will's up to.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Moses Lake, Washington, and the Moses Lake Roundup. Today, world champion tie-down roper Shane Hanchy on the Roadshow talks about his traveling partner, his wife, his young son, and how life on the road is. It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Coming up next, stay close.
Cattle producers, big runs, big country. It's time for Superior Livestock Auctions Bighorn Classic from Sheridan, Wyoming. August 20th through the 22nd. 116,000 head will sell, and sale time is 8 a.m. Mountain Time each day. Now be there in person or watch it all live at SuperiorLivestock.com. Also available on Superior's YouTube channel and Dish Channel 997. Superior Livestock, committed to their buyers and sellers for over 35 years.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
Do you still crave it?
I do. You know, it's funny you said that. I got in with Riley Webb since, probably the end of July. And I tell you what, just being around that kid will motivate anybody. He's young. He eats, sleeps, drinks, and thinks about calf roping. And a lot like I was at that age. His only priority is roping calves. And so, anyways, just being around him dang sure keeps you motivated. Now that I got, Strand running around, and they flying back and forth to come out here and see me, and Taylor's been roping a little bit. She got her check at Ogden, and my priorities have shifted a little, Will, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, this is how I make our living for me and my kid and my wife, and I gotta be buckled down for these next 60 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. He's talking about Riley Webb, the two-time and reigning world champion. He's only 21, 22 years old, my goodness.
Turned 22 years old yesterday.
Isn't that amazing? And Taylor, his wife, national finalist, breakaway, barrel race. And how old is Strand, your little boy?
He's 15 months old. He'll grab you by the heart, man. He's moving around, and he loves roping, loves rodeo. He watches every move we make in the practice.
World champion tie-down roper Shane Hansey on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Jackie Dorothy is with us. Jackie, we were just talking about your story from earlier this year, back in January, about Bomber Mountain, the flying fortress, the B-17 that crashed in the Cloud Peak Wilderness. It was this day in history those two cowboys spotted the wreckage 2 years, more than 2 years after it had crashed. Just gives you an idea. I mean, that's where that Minnesota hiker is lost, in this same vicinity. So it's, I mean, if you couldn't find a plane, it took 2 years. It's just vast country.
It really is. I don't think people always appreciate how vast Wyoming is. And those boulder fields are huge. When you look at the debris and how far it's scattered, even to this day.
Yeah, huge. Let's see. I want to talk about some of your stories of late. Let's, where do we dig in? How about Wyoming leaders meet to ensure the state has important role with Smithsonian Women's Museum. Louisa, and we just read about this woman too who cast her vote in Laramie. She was the first woman to legally cast a ballot and vote in Wyoming, the equality state.
Absolutely. Those are fun stories. What it is that they're coming together with the Smithsonian Museum and they're creating a women's museum. And Cynthia Lummis is really one of the spearheads behind it. So she's making sure it happens, but most importantly, making that Wyoming, the equality state, has a voice in it.
Is this proposed?
So what we're talking about is all the firsts we have.
Yeah. Is this going to be in Jackson?
That's not be in Washington, D.C. And I wasn't even aware we have a women's museum.
Where are you? Your internet's really sketchy, Jackie. And now you're froze. Yeah,
I am surprised I don't have full bars.
Really? Where are you?
Yep, I don't. I only have outside of Douglas. I would have thought that for sure we would have had good internet here at full bar.
Oh, now she's gone. Yeah, Jackie's joining us from the road, and yeah, I would have think outside of Douglas you would have pretty good coverage. Although maybe the wind blew down all the cell towers.
We'll go for that. I got 2 bars now. This is crazy. I did not realize that here on the interstate you would have such lousy cell phone service.
I mean, it's usually where you're pretty locked in. That's weird.
That's what I was thinking. Anyway, just so going back on the story, they're just trying to celebrate women, and Wyoming, being the equality state, definitely wants to have a voice with stories like Louisa Swain and others.
So many firsts for Wyoming, as Diana Enzi pointed out. First to receive the first women to vote, Wyoming. First women to hold office. First woman bailiff, justice of the peace. First women on a jury. A lot of firsts. Yeah, Wyoming is cool that way.
I did find a fun story, by the way, that I thought I'd share. So we have a Dora McGrath. She was the first woman senator in Wyoming. And she was talking when she went and talked to the legislator after getting voted in the 30s. She said that she didn't just vote once for statehood. She actually probably voted 4 or 5 times.
What?
Yes. She said, I was young. I didn't know any better. She went early in the morning to the polls, voted, and she's like, for the first time in her life, she got a vote, and she was so excited. And then someone came knocking on her door and said, I think you did it wrong. You need to revote. So she's like, okay, I better revote. So she did it again. And then later in the afternoon, another person knocked on the door and dragged her to the polls and said, you voted for the wrong candidate. And so she voted, it looks like about 3 or 4 times for statehood.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons it passed.
Keep voting till you get it right. I like that. That's okay. Oops. Yeah. I mean, it was new to everybody, certainly to women. They're like, I don't know how it works. I'll vote again. Yeah. I've got time all day today. Just keep voting. Huh.
I think she was 18 or 19 years old too.
Yeah.
So new to Wyoming. I mean, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but that was the story she shared on the Senate floor after getting elected.
Hey, let's talk about another Wyoming history story. Let's see. The budding Dane's drunken murderous Badwater Creek rampage. I haven't had a chance to read this. Who is the budding Dane, and how do you get a nickname like that?
His name was Jens, and he appeared in the Badwater country between Lyside and Shoshone in Lost Cabin area in 1906. And so Okay, I did a calculation, about 26 years. He played just known as a troublemaker, and his fighting technique was all described him that he was as bald as a doorknob, and his head was as hard as ivory, and he used it, and he knocked people out, broke ribs, and the
Yeah, that's going to be the end of Jackie. We lost her. We're talking about her story appeared on August 9, Wyoming history, the Budding Danes drunken murderous Badwater Creek rampage. This is the guy you didn't want to run into back in the early 1930s. The Budding Dane, his fighting technique was to butt you like a goat, like a bighorn sheep. His real name, Jensen Lagarde, known as Jens the Budding Dane, became a well-known troublemaker in the Badwater Creek district of central Wyoming. He arrived in Wyoming around 1906, around then, and spent nearly 3 decades terrorizing anyone who crossed his path. Just a cantankerous mountain guy. Stories emerged about the Budding Dane. They say he attacked Joe Dolis of Moneta, slashed his nose with a knife, and just a history of being one of those guys. Good story from Jackie Dorothy. She also took us inside the 1892 horse wars to exterminate once and for all these horse thieves. And that's the story that wound up in Cunningham Cabin in Jackson Hole. Interesting story. And then her story about Cynthia Lummis, Senator Lummis, and her campaign to make sure the Smithsonian Women's Museum gets off the ground or on the ground. Smithsonian has raised already more than $55 million to build this museum dedicated to women and women in history. And who better to be behind the cause and supporting it than Senator Lummis, who from a state where, we're the equality state for the reason. A lot of firsts in this state. Mark Gordon commented in the story, "We obviously are the equality state. We had all these firsts. It's a wonderful thing to celebrate. Fundamental to our character." Diana Enzi, co-chair of the Wyoming Foundation for the Smithsonian Women's History Museum. Senator Mike Enzi's wife. She's helping to spearhead the movement. Diana Enzi said, "We had so many firsts. Our women received the right to own property, to hold office, to vote, obviously. We had the first woman bailiff, first woman justice of the peace, first state to have women serve on a jury. All these historic firsts make Wyoming and women pretty important. You would think the Smithsonian, this new Smithsonian Women's History Museum, would be very interested in Wyoming. Should be." Great story from Jackie Dorothy. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. I'm seeing a top 20 list, states with the best community college systems. I was excited to see if Wyoming ranked because we have very good community colleges. CWC, LCCC, LCCC. We have great community colleges, really healthy, really strong options for, if the 4-year university isn't for you, at University of Wyoming. We have some great 2-year and great 4-year community colleges in Wyoming. Really robust, really strong. So I guess I'm not surprised, but I am delighted to see Wyoming did make the top 10 list, listing all the states by their college, community college systems. Maryland topped the list as the best community college system. Can be found in Maryland. New Mexico and Wisconsin round out the top 3. Wyoming did make the top 10, sliding in at number 8, just behind South Dakota and ahead of New Hampshire. So Wyoming, 8th best state for community college systems. That's good news for Wyoming. Well, Jackie texted me. Oh, she's got full bars now. Yeah, whenever you got full bars, you just got to pull over. We learned that in Wyoming. We're driving along and, depending, you take a dip down in the Interstate 80 and all of a sudden you got 1 bar and then you come up on a rise and there's 4 bars. Yeah, 5 bars, pull over. Too late, Jackie. We had to bail on you, unfortunately. We'll get to the top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side of that. We got a lot more going on the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're going to talk about Dean Cain's Superman joining ICE efforts. Yeah, Superman says he wants to help out ICE. We'll talk about a piece of Mars broke off and fell in Niger, Africa. I don't even know how they know it's a piece of Mars. So weird. Lots more coming up in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Wyoming state senator representing Laramie and Platte counties hand-delivered his resignation letter early Monday morning, then was sworn in as the interim federal prosecutor for the state hours later. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that Darren Smith was nominated by President Donald Trump on July 30th as his pick to fill the position permanently. But to win that title, Smith will have to clear a U.S. Senate confirmation process.
He's serving on an interim basis right now, and what that does is he tendered his resignation to the governor early Monday morning. Had he not, that would have been a federal law violation, but he did. And the governor turned around and told the Republican Party state chair, and that started the clock for the state chair. He has 15 days to organize all the precinct committee people in that legislative district to choose 3 nominees to fill Smith's state Senate seat. And then the 2 county commissions with weighted votes according to the population proportion from each county are going to pick 1 replacement.
In a July 30th interview with Cowboy State Daily, Smith vowed to be tough on crime generally and to defend crime victims on the Wind River Indian Reservation. Some people call it gas station heroin, others street legal morphine. Regardless of such nicknames, kratom has sparked growing concerns nationwide about the safety of the over-the-counter supplement. There so far haven't been widespread reports of problems with kratom in Wyoming, but Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that doesn't mean it isn't a concern for law enforcement agencies.
There are all these kratom products on the market right now, but nobody's really regulating them. Companies are finding ways to boost the narcotic element in these kratom products far, far beyond what would normally be there, and making it more like street heroin. A nickname for this is gas station heroin.
Sold as a supplement, kratom has become increasingly popular in the U.S. as a home remedy for things like pain, coughing, diarrhea, anxiety and depression, and opioid withdrawal symptoms. It's become widely available in a variety of shops, ranging from convenience stores and herbal supplement aisles to vape shops and gas stations. People might not agree about much when it comes to wild horse management, but there's broad support for horse adoption, and a young Wyoming Mustang named Red Solo Cup is looking for a new home. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to horse trainer Sienna Hawk, who spotted the scraggly-looking little horse with reddish hair and found it perfectly fitting to name him after Toby Keith's ode to America's favorite cheap drinking vessel.
The Bureau of Land Management is starting to partner with some private groups that specialize in picking up and giving some basic training to these wild horses once they're rounded up and taken off the range. And one of those groups, one of the trainers has connected with the horse.
Red Solo Cup is roughly a year old and has been through some basic training. He'll be among 16 Mustangs up for adoption August 22nd and 23rd at the Nebraska State Fair in Grand Island. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Casper's old Yellowstone district used to be the life of the party in the 1950s. First, it was a thriving business district that catered to travelers on their way to Yellowstone National Park. Then it was also home to a huge Amoco refinery that brought workers into Casper's downtown. But since then, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the area that once boasted Casper's grand downtown hotels has fallen into disrepair and neglect. However, a movement is afoot to restore glory to the district.
What's really cool is it's getting one of those grand hotels back. A company called Brick and Bond is going to build the CH Bixby Hotel, and it's going to have 120 or so rooms. It's going to have a street level restaurant. It's taken them 20 years to get here, but they're really turning a corner and having a grand hotel back in the downtown. I think that's a big milestone for Casper.
The hotel itself will employ 80 people, as well as creating meeting and event spaces that will bring new life back to downtown and all the parties to come. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake. We get Mark Hines in here. Mark, you got a lot of stories. We got to move fast here to get to them all.
Do we need to be nimble, Jake?
We need to be nimble. Maybe an extra bottle of Kratom.
Fleet of foot.
as fleet as a Wyoming Mustang. Red Solo Cup. Whenever I see that BLM Freeze brand neck tattoo, I think crazy horse, crazy horse. I used to work at some Colorado ranches, and we ran across these horses now and then. They're so sure-footed, but they do have, they maintain some wild instincts. It's pretty cool. I mean, they'll get you into trouble, but they'll get you out of some situations where your average other horse wouldn't. I like the idea that these horses can be trained, repurposed, hopefully rehomed after
that's
the gather.
That's what folks are hoping for. That's the goal.
Yeah, I reached out to this outfit. Do you think they'll come on the show? I shot them an email. I like what they do. Sienna Hawk and the outfit she works for, training these horses.
They might be up for that.
Branded. What are they? Branded. Forever. Is that the name of them?
Yeah, Forever Branded.
Forever Branded. Yeah. That's cool. Would you you want to adopt
a
wild horse? No.
My sister keeps horses, so I can do enough by proxy through her. I've seen how much work and how much of an expense horses can be. So,
they are they're a lot.
Yeah.
They're right up there with owning a boat as to just throwing your money in the road. You might as well go out and throw your money in the road, as the old timers say. Yeah, they're kind of costly, and they're a lot of work, a lot of effort. This cool Sienna Hawk, we learned Forever Branded, and they try to put some training onto these horses. There's a huge difference between something that just came off the White Mountain wild horse herd. You're at auction and nobody's touched it or done anything with it. And then a horse that's had 30 days, 60 days. I mean, that's big.
That do you think that would seem to help? Now, have you ever ridden any of these ponies?
Oh,
Jake,
yeah.
have you ever?
Oh, yeah.
You've ridden? Oh, yeah. I never have. All the horses I've ridden were all, domestic from birth. So that must be a different experience.
It's cool. And I'll tell you, the basic difference between Western and English riding, if I had to boil it down to one thing, is in Western riding, you give the horse his head. In Eastern, English riding, you're much more in contact with the horse. The horse is much more collected under your control. But in Western riding, you're kind of like lazy, let the horse do his thing.
Yeah, I've
and these wild horses are the ones you really want to let them pick their own way, because they're so sure-footed. They're never going to stumble on rocks, or not never, but they're really good with their feet. That's what's so impressive. I
have heard a lot of people speak very highly of them. But no, I've never been on one myself, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. In rotten terrain, they're good with their feet. They're not much to look at. This 1-year-old needs to fill out on the back end, but he's cool. To find one that has an affinity for humans, that really gravitates to humans so quickly, that's great. Sienna has found this horse that has, it seems to like humans. So that's a good start.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Sure.
How about trail cams? Are they like crazy popular now, or what?
Yeah. It just seems, I didn't really even hear about them that much until maybe 15 years ago or so. And now, man, everybody and their dog has a trail cam.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never used them. They seem really cool. They seem like a handy thing. And plus, if you love wildlife and you like observing nature, that's just one more medium through which to do it. So, and a lot of hunters and non-hunters alike use them. Like people who live in rural areas will just set them up around their properties because it's another way for them to enjoy watching the animals. But
explain to our listeners who don't get the Cabela's catalog delivered to them. I just got the fall edition. It's like this thing. It's like the Sears Christmas catalog.
You still use physical catalogs?
They
Luddite.
I'm a boomer, man. They still send it to me. And the section on trail cams is like I'm flipping
I'll
page.
Numerous pages.
They're cool to have these motion activated. So that you just stick them in the middle of nowhere. Then you go collect the videotape. You go download your USB. They're really, and you'll never know what you'll find on there. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Your story involves like the ethical use of them as far as hunting.
Apparently what happened is some folks, I mean, the technology exists.
Yeah.
And so you're gonna get some people who want to fudge and use it, but technology exists to live stream the feed to your cell phone or your laptop or whatever, and that's where they're crossing legal and ethical lines. These guys that got nailed up in Teton County in the Jackson area were doing that. They were playing live feed from their trail cams, and so basically, yeah, you could sit on your porch with a beer and wait until the elk walks into where you want him to, and then get up and run go get it. And that's a no-no. That's where the legal authorities draw the line, and of course where a lot of hunters would say that's unethical. I mean, a trail cam where you have to physically hike into where the camera is and gather the images after the fact, probably hours and hours after the animal's gone, that's one thing. Sitting there watching it on live stream and knowing exactly where it is and when it's there, that's another. I mean, the Game and Fish guy, the director of wildlife there, he did kind of put it in the same category as aerial scouting, like flying around with a drone or a plane and spotting animals in real time and then guiding the hunters to them. That's considered a huge no-no. So, but that's the thing is we start to see more and more technology just in our lives in general. It's it's going to permeate the hunting world like it permeates everything else, and so it's going to continue to raise ethical questions.
Yeah.
How much of an advantage is too much of an advantage?
Yeah. Fair chase in hunting. We've already seen tech come to firearms. Some rifles that are like
guys who how that's an endless debate. How far is an ethical shot? Me personally, I won't go over 300 yards. That's my comfort zone.
Yeah.
I can shoot further than that, but but I just at a game animal, and plus I've never really had to. I mean, I've hunted some pretty damn wide open country. I've never had to shoot much more than about 220 yards. But but there's guys who will say that there's an art to those longer shots, and they'll say that's ethical too. So that you're right. That's a raging debate. As well as all the the technology and infrared and this. The list just goes on and on of crap that our dads and granddaddies just didn't have.
It's this kind of stuff that's made the Cabela's magazine go from this thick to that thick. There's a lot of stuff. But yeah, I'm sure, when it comes to using these trail cams in real time to actually know when an animal is somewhere in the moment. Yeah, to me, both you and I think like that's the line. That's cheating. And that's the reason for the visit from Teton County's Joe Pickett, who is known as Kyle Ash, probably. I bet Kyle was knocking on the door here saying, gentlemen, that's not fair.
That's not kosher. Yeah.
Certainly not kosher to be knocking down deer in the middle of Green River using a Coke bottle suppressor. Gee whiz. Dude.
Talk about that's some hillbilly engineering there.
Sure is.
I don't know how effective it would be, and I'm not willing to try. I'm not going to, because when you do, you're, as Vince pointed out, when you do that, you're manufacturing an illegal suppressor, and that can get you in trouble with the feds. So,
right? Which understand.
I won't experiment with that with my own 22. But
no, there's so many things wrong with this. Beginning with shooting deer. I assume this guy Timothy Crooks had no tag for these deer.
Yeah,
he shot them
shooting them right in town.
With a 22, that's not legal because that's not a lethal enough weapon to, take it. No. It's just going to cause an animal to suffer. There's so many things wrong. And the homemade suppressor indicates that he knew he was doing something wrong. He didn't want people to hear the shot. Man, this guy had been doing this for years.
Dragged on for about 5 years. But it's crazy. I don't know what would possess somebody to do that, because we got, we live a little ways out of town here, and we got deer that come through our yard. But I look at them as, maybe I'm going to sound like a hippie, but I look at those deer. Those are my friends.
Right.
I don't want to be out there plugging them with the 22.
No, there's a total difference between a town deer that you see. They're kind of your neighbors. You would never shoot one. Like, I know.
Yeah, much less with the 22. Yeah.
Timothy Crooks sentenced to just 15 days in jail for wanton waste of big game animals. He's not going to be able to hunt for 10 years, and they took his Coke bottle from him and the 22.
Yeah.
5-year shooting spree. I guess he fessed up to it if they dropped the suppressor charge. So, I don't know. Man, dude, come on.
That's an interesting case. Yeah.
There's no shortage of, wishing humans would just do the right thing. Like, don't drive your Tonka truck down the Montana River. What the heck?
That cracked me up when that guy, because how do you describe a Sherp to someone who doesn't know what it is?
Yeah.
And Tonka truck, it's like, man, the minute I heard him say that, it's like, dude, that's right on. They look like a big old Tonka truck. They really do. And, I mean, they're cool. I'd love to play with one, but yeah, the ethics of plowing one right up a stream bed, that seems a little extreme.
I went through, your story. I went through the initial outrage. Yes, I'm a fly fisherman, doing my thing. I'm getting all zen, and all of a sudden this big Tonka truck is driving straight down the river. What the heck? And then after my outrage of the story, Mark, when you described this Ukraine-made truck, I'm like, I got to get one. I have got to have one.
Well, yeah.
You cannot get it stuck.
No, I've seen videos of those things, and that's how the company touts them. Is that they are the unstickable vehicle that they'll literally go anywhere, and yeah, they will go across the water. They'll float in the water. The big old wheels will turn like paddles, and they will literally go anywhere. But just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah,
in every case,
Oh, man. And then finally, your story about wolves reintroduction into Yellowstone. I think we learned a few things that elk herd peaked at 18,000, the Yellowstone elk herd. That's a lot. And they were macking aspen trees, for instance. I mean, just eating them up.
Yeah.
And now, with the reintroduction of wolves, the elk are from 18,000 to 2,000, the herd in Yellowstone. Some hunters say that's devastating losses. Others say, this is the ecosystem just balancing itself out when you reintroduce an apex predator.
Yeah, and there's, it's hardly a settled debate. A lot of people will acknowledge, even if the park looks healthier, they'll say, okay, well, was that entirely because of the wolves, or were there other reasons, other factors at play, and the big thing, and the huge thing that article didn't really touch on was, of course, the fires in '88, and everybody was wailing and gnashing their teeth over that, but really, those fires were like a Brillo pad. And dear God, if you were in Yellowstone, I mean, I worked in Yellowstone in '80. I'm going to date myself, but '85, the summer after I graduated high school, I worked in Yellowstone, and it was everything was just so tangled and choked off, and it was just a kind of a gross, aged monoculture, and the fires really blew that out. I mean, in my personal opinion, I think the park looks 1,000 times better since the '88 fires than it did before. It was ridiculous before. It's like you couldn't even get through the woods. It was just
getting thick.
It was a tangled mess. But as far as the wolves, a lot of people will argue, hey, the wolves had the same effect. If you look at the park before the wolves and the park after the wolves, it's in much better shape. And then other people go, oh, hang on. Maybe the wolves did some of that, but there were other factors at play. And then of course you get some people who go to the other side, like you said, to say, well, the wolves ruined everything. So
yeah,
it depends on who you ask. Yeah.
I mean, the news scourge is finding a predator for the bison, because There was a time a visit to Yellowstone, an elk sighting was a guarantee. You couldn't get out of the way of them. And now that has become the bison. I mean, the bison are all over Yellowstone.
Yeah, and there are some wolves that will take down bison, but you're right. They kind of nip around at the edges a little bit. They get the sick ones or the calves once in a while. As far as I don't know. I'm getting out of my knowledge depth there. I'd like to talk to to somebody, a paleontologist or somebody, like back in the day, what were the main predators of bison? Were those big saber-toothed cats, or what were they? What was running around? Dire wolves? Did they do it? I don't know.
No, for real.
I'm ignorant on that subject, so I'd have to ask somebody who knew.
It had to be a special kind of wolf, because we all know bison is significant. And a wolf is looking for lunch, and he sees a deer or an elk, and he's like, well, that's a lot easier than this thing. Than Tatanka. That's
no, I wouldn't want to mess with. I wouldn't want to mess with the bison. No, thank you.
All right. Well, have a great Tuesday.
You too.
Stay away from that kratom, man. You get hooked on that stuff.
All right, I'll take your advice.
All right,
have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily. It's Mark Hines. We'll take a quick break. Come right back here with Kevin Meyer after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, and that means Kevin Myers popping in, our cowboy out of Douglas, going to make horse sense of the world. Kevin, you probably know where we're going.
Yeah, I've been listening this morning.
All right.
And yeah, I have thoughts.
Got thoughts under that hat. By the way, I love that straw hat, which I had one just like it. Had being the choice word. I have lost 2 straw hats in the last 2 weeks. I leave them in the bathroom, as they say in Brooklyn, where I change when I'm DJing and I want a cowboy out DJing. I have to change in the bathroom, and I leave my cowboy hat in the stall, and lost and found is gone. 2. I'm down 2 straw hats now.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough conundrum. Do you ever think about looking in the mirror just before you leave the bathroom?
And see, like, oh, there's nothing on your head. Yeah, that might work. I don't know how. I mean, it's so frustrating. And I'm down to my one crappy one that I really don't like. I like yours.
Well, you'll never lose that one. If you don't like it, you'll never lose it.
Yeah, right. I can't get rid of it. Yeah. So, like, I want you to come clean, full admission. How much kratom are you on today?
So, the other day I was driving through town and there's a new vape shop.
Ooh.
And there was a neon sign in the window that said kratom. I didn't know how to pronounce it because I'd never seen the word.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, gee, I wonder what that is. I figured it must be some brand name of one of their vapes or whatever. I don't know anything about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I see the story in the Cowboy State Daily, and that sounds like an interesting product. Doesn't really seem like maybe it should be studied a little bit before everybody gets hooked on it. But here's my thought. In reading that article and listening to your conversations this morning, when as a society did we suddenly have a dearth of energy?
Yeah.
I see kids of all ages drinking Monster energy drinks and 5-hour energies. And like you said earlier, every time you go into a convenience store, there's just all sorts of products to give us energy. I do not recall any time in my life where I needed more than just a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And what I had ahead of me that day to get my energy level up.
Since when have we become so lethargic? Are we all just sleepwalking, dragging our feet that yeah, you're right. Like when did this become an issue? And we wonder why all these kids have ADD, ADHD. Maybe it's not anything in their genes. Maybe it's, Monster energy drinks, Rockstar. It's all
You would think that the entire world would just be vibrating with the millions of gallons of this stuff that everybody is drinking. And I, like you, I think I might have had one Red Bull. Well, I know it wasn't one. I had a Red Bull and I never finished it. It was not for me.
That's funny because I've never had a Red Bull, but I covered an event once as a radio guy, and we were doing a promotion, live at the Red Bull grand opening something in Jackson. And I, off air, I admitted to the guy I've never had a Red Bull. He said, well, you've got to have one. You got to try the product. I actually cracked it open, and before I could take a sip, we had to go on the air. So I talked, and then I had no interest in drinking it, and I never did. That's closest I came, though. I opened a Red Bull can, and that's it. I don't get it. Although
I can remember
coffee,
years ago I was hauling horses out to California, and it was about a 20, 24-hour trip, and I would, depending on LA traffic and Las Vegas traffic, but I would just make it in one straight shot.
Yeah.
And go out there, and it was somewhere in the middle of Nevada, I stopped to get fuel, and it was probably about 2:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. And there was a trucker in there, and I was waiting to pay, and I saw 5-hour energies. Actually, back then it was 3-hour energy.
Really? Are you for real?
Yeah, it was 3-hour energy. And he said, are you pulling an all-nighter? And I said, yeah. And he hands me a bottle of 3-hour energy. And he goes, drink that with a big Mountain Dew, and it'll get you through.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, okay, all right, thank you. And I didn't. I drank the 3-hour energy, but those were real popular for a while. And then I guess 3 hours wasn't enough, because then they came out with 5-hour energy.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here, Jake. I think everybody, the biggest things in the world right now is you have to be hydrated, and everybody packs a bottle of water. And now I guess they're going to pack a bottle of Kratom.
Have you ever? Yeah, the hydrated thing, definitely. I mean, I must be more camel-like. I never need to drink as much as it's advertised you should drink. And people, yeah, they're attached to their water bottle, constantly drinking. That is another thing. Yeah, 3-hour energy, 5-hour. Why don't they come up with a 10-hour? And you know what? That stretch across Nevada you're talking about from Wells to Winnemucca, you can do that asleep, man, on 80. You don't need to be awake for that. I mean, that's the best part of that drive. You sleep through all of Nevada, and then you got to wake up for California traffic. But yeah.
Well, I know that you have to do quite a bit of side hustling, living up there in Jackson. You've got this job. You've got your DJ job. I have an idea for another. I think it'd be a pretty lucrative side hustle, Jake, and I'm willing to go in with you. It's going to take a little bit of investment, but I saw that the Pathfinder Ranch is for sale.
Oh. That's a big spread. Did you see the story about? Yeah, we're going to have to hustle with a capital H if we're going to come up with a scratch for that one. But I honestly, for what you get, I don't think it's outrageously priced at $79 million.
$79.5 million, and actually, I'm kind of surprised at that price for all that you get, all the buildings that they have. I guarantee you, if that was raw land, to buy the land and build all the buildings that they have on that place, I think you're going to be above $79.5 million.
Yeah. And the real estate agent in the story, I think, was underselling it. I noted that he said, this is probably one of the biggest ranches in Wyoming. Probably it's the biggest ranch in the country. It's bigger than King Ranch. King Ranch is like 800 something thousand. This is 900 something, almost 1 million acres. It is the biggest ranch in the U.S. as far as I see. I mean, bigger than the 4 Sixes, King Ranch, anything down in Texas. It's huge. All right, so that's our side. You mean our side hustle to make the money to buy it, or when we buy it, we're going to be busy cattle ranching?
Well, I think that we'll be able to figure out a owner-held note and make a few payments here and there, and I think we could make it work.
Yeah,
and yeah, that'll just be our side hustle. I mean, really, you go out every other weekend, I'll go out every other weekend, and I think that'll cover it.
Dude, just a week, just riding fence on that place, you're going to be out for a month. Like,
yeah,
see ya. That is a big spread.
People that drive from Casper to Rawlins, especially tourists and whatnot, when they drive through that vast country, I don't think they realize that they are pretty much looking at one ranch from Pathfinder Reservoir to just past Muddy Gap. That's just all one place.
Man. Yeah. Riding line on that ranch. That's got to be a lonely job. So I did also want to talk about this Mustang that's in the news, Red Solo Cup, the 1-year-old Mustang. Pulled off where did he come from? The White Mountain Wild Horse Herd. Yeah, what's your I can't recall if we've talked about it before, but what's your experience with these feral horses, these wild horses that come off the range? And if you can put 30 days, 60 days, 90 days on them, you can make some pretty good horses out of these. Some no, some yeah.
Yeah, this one has a pretty good shot at it because he was young enough when he was captured. And they are a feral animal and they're a wild animal and they're going to act like that. And we've all seen stories of somebody has domesticated a deer that they rescued when it was a baby and it became a pet. And it's kind of the same way with these wild horses. The older they are and the longer they've been out there, the harder they are to train. And some of them just never will come around. But these young ones that get a good start, get real gentle down, they usually end up being pretty good mounts. And the most experience I have with them is just like you, working on the dude ranches and working for outfitters. There was quite a few Mustangs that went through those programs and they made really good pack horses. And like you said earlier to Mark Hines, they're really sure-footed and usually have really good feet, good hard feet. So that really gives that horse a better chance of getting adopted and going on and being a successful mount for somebody.
Yeah, I remember I encountered a lot of them working in ranches down in Colorado. They used a lot of them, and whenever you saw that BLM neck tattoo, it was a different kind of horse. You sort of treated them like a stallion. Like they could be good most of the time, but they could also be a wild horse. You had to keep your eye. You had to be careful tying them. A lot of them didn't like to be tied fast. Maybe one drape around the hitch rail there.
And I think it's a great program that they're, doing this, gentling them down and then getting them adopted out. The problem is there's just not that much demand for them. And it comes and goes in waves. It was huge about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And then it dwindled down to where they almost couldn't give them away. And now I think you're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence of more interest in getting a wild horse.
Yeah, it's hard to find a market for them. And you definitely benefit from having a middle agent, so to speak, some trainer that can identify the ones that are going to be, the most adoptable. And you could, because if you go to one of these auctions, one of these sales, you can't get up close. You can't, touch them. You just have no idea what you'd be buying. You at least have somebody who's already been an intermediary. They've identified the ones that look like they're going to hook up with a human and be workable, and they'll start working with them. This one's pretty young. I don't know the market for a 1-year-old. You're not going to be able to ride this thing for a while, but you can work with it.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of people are actually starting to want those.
Oh.
Because of what I said before. They want to get them really, really young, and that way there's more of a chance that they'll adjust to life of being a normal domesticated horse.
Yeah, well, if you have the means and the patience to have a 1-year-old and do all the groundwork, the halter training, and to have a horse from beginning to end, that'd be a great horse when you get him finished. What else is going on, Kevin?
Well, not a lot. Just the start of State Fair is today.
Oh, yeah.
I probably won't head down there just yet, but I'm looking forward to going down and seeing the next generation of Wyoming ag youth and see what all that they've done some improvements down there to the state fairgrounds. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of a turnout we have. And typically, just like it always is with State Fair, it's going to be hot until it starts raining or hailing, because during State Fair, we always get one big storm.
Yeah. We tend to get that at our county fair here in Teton. Yeah, hot, like viciously hot, with one day of just like a microburst blows everything down. Just vicious weather one day. Yeah.
Are you gonna try to make it down?
I can't. I can't do it. I had a wedding last night on a Monday. I got another wedding this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, this is when I'm going 9-0, man. I got no time.
Yeah, this is a pretty busy season for you up there, I imagine, with those weddings.
Yeah, I can't even get out of town. I can't do anything. No, and then I got
I'll send
this
you
thing.
I'll send you some pictures, and I'll send you via UPS. I'll send you a funnel cake.
All right, it won't be any worse days later.
Exactly. I was going to say it's going to taste exactly the same, even if it takes you a week to get it.
Yeah. Funnel cake is good. 1 day old or 1 month old, whatever. I love funnel cakes. Nothing says fair like that, man. I love that stuff. Yeah, that's a funnel cake, and I'll chase it with a kratom, and I'll be levitating. We got to scoot, man. Get back to what you were doing, and stay away from that section of the gas station where they're selling anything in a purple bottle. Nope.
You're right. Hey, you take care, my friend.
All right. Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily. We're going to be right back with Scott Clem on the show after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday. Scott Clem is here. You may know him from his service currently on the Campbell County Board of Commissioners. You may know him from his work in the legislature back in the day. Or you may have spent a Sunday morning in the Central Baptist Church in Gillette. However you have met Scott Clem, you're a luckier person just to know him. Scott, it's great to have you on the show again. I want to cover a bunch of stuff if you're ready.
Let's do it. Glad to be on.
All right. Let's start with back when we talked to you last, it was about nuclear. It's about energy. I mean, Wyoming is about energy. Your county is about energy for sure. The latest thing we've been talking about is digging up our own uranium, maybe doing some micro nuclear, and then, of course, we got to do something with the waste as well. From beginning to end, nuclear is has it been around long enough to be proven safe? Is there anything to be nervous about? What are we excited about it? Can we add it to the portfolio of energy in Wyoming? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, those are all great questions. I think those are things that governments are dealing with. But I think the important thing to remember is that this ideally should be driven by the private sector and not the government. And that's what we've seen. So, just kind of back up a little bit. We've seen the nuclear industry, it's been suppressed for decades. And that's no secret. Everybody has seen that. It's been suppressed in particular by the federal government. We have a president now, President Trump, who has said, we're going to take the boot of government off of the neck of the nuclear industry. We're going to take advantage of the innovations and the technology advancements that have occurred over the years, but have never really come to fruition because of government interference. And we're going to let the market take off to be competitive with the rest of the world. And so there's some exciting things, I think, on the horizon for nuclear. As I mentioned last time I was on here, I think Wyoming in particular is at an inflection point with respect to nuclear. Not that it's going to replace fossil fuels. I don't believe that. I think this is in addition to. But I do think as the technology advances, it's going to become more and more a part of America's portfolio. And, the question for us in Wyoming and in my county in particular is, what role can we play? What role do we want to play? What is the role of government in this situation? Should government be do we have a centralized economic model where the government or a majority of the people, democracy, mob rule gets to call all the shots? I mean, they have that in China, the Republic, the People's Republic of China, which is just communism. It's centralized control. And so how much, I've written about this elsewhere. I think we've been primed, unfortunately, or groomed to kind of function this way, to accept kind of more of these socialist ideals, which I reject. Government has its place, but its place isn't to direct the private market. And whatever happens with the nuclear industry, it should be as a result of the private market and its functions, supply and demand, competitiveness, being on a fair level playing field with everybody else. So that's where I come from on it.
Scott, maybe this is an unfair question because it's in the news today. I don't know if you've seen it, but you were just mentioning what is government's role. Bar none, struggling with Radiant, and we'll talk about that in a second. Rock Springs in the news, the city council. Now, you serve on a commission. You have similar dynamics. And Rock Springs is maybe looking to get ahead of that curve where bar none is all of a sudden thrust into this decision-making. Do we want nuclear? What does it mean? And so they have made a hire to get a spokesperson to kind of give public information about nuclear. But is it public? Is it information about nuclear, or is it a sell? Is it propaganda? Like, what should Rock Springs be doing something like this? I don't know. I don't know what I think.
Yeah, and I don't know what kind of conversations that the elected officials in Rock Springs, Sweetwater County. I have no idea who they've been approached by and what kind of opportunities may await them. So I don't think it's wrong by any means to try to put out accurate information, as we have seen. And I think this is case in point with bar none in particular is we've seen a lot of fear rhetoric. We've seen a lot of misinformation. It's, as I mentioned last time, there's nothing wrong with being fearful. There's nothing wrong with, being cautious, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But there is something wrong when you are willfully ignorant and you choose to live in a state of fear and you reject the facts that are out there. And so I think the more and more that the facts can be presented, here's what the nuclear supply chain actually looks like. Here's, what is, being proposed to our county. Here's what's not. Here's, there's all sorts of different things, I guess, that one could pick up. But it's important to put that out there to the people. The people do have a right to know what's going on in their communities. They have, there's that fine line, right? Do we in America, do we in Wyoming, in our counties or our towns, do the people get to decide which businesses get to set up shop? Do we put it on a ballot somewhere that, Joe's coffee place gets to survive and conduct business in the town? Like, we don't do that. That's that centralized control. But I see that's the danger for me. I see kind of this attitude, this mentality. Well, the people should decide, and we should put it on the ballot. And we, hold on a second. Private industry has a place, and let's not usurp that place with government.
There are elements of that centralization. It reminds me of, I just saw I've been stalking you, Scott. I saw on your Facebook page where you point out some things in the extreme. If you take it extreme this way, here's the problem. You take extreme the other way, you could have a problem. It was really interesting. Yeah. Let's talk about the Dr. Rita Baronwall. She is with Radiant and bar none, Natrona County. She said Wyoming and Natrona County in particular have a long track record in embracing new energy technologies. That's why we're here, said Baronwall of Radiant. On that note, do you think counties, places that do energy, can find transferable skills? Does it like we're talking about Converse, Campbell, your county, Natrona? You guys are already doing energy. Does that make a natural fit for nuclear in some ways, or is it totally different?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. In Campbell County, I heard a statistic that that we have the most engineers, in the state, all in Campbell County. And so, whether you're talking about engineering or you're talking about welding or, an electrician, there is a lot of transferable skills, a lot of transferable jobs. Certainly there's some specialized things, but we in Wyoming and Campbell County in particular, I'm surrounded. I can look around me and I can see power plants. I've got 7, just around me. And so we know how to do energy. We know how to create energy. That's definitely in our wheelhouse. And this is a great opportunity to expand really Wyoming and in our case, Campbell County, our footprint when it comes to business. If businesses decide that they want to come here, again, government, we don't get to pick and choose. If we all want economic diversification, but if government can make that happen, we wouldn't be talking about it. We are at the mercy of businesses who say, yeah, we like that environment. We like the low taxes. We like the regulatory environment. We want to come set up shop in your town, or your county or whatever. That's how it works. I don't get to choose who gets to be here and who doesn't. That's not the role of government.
Nuclear is exciting future, but let's not forget the legacy energy, the coal, oil, gas. Is this a quote from you accurate? I read on the interwebs, I don't believe that CO2 is a pollutant, and I'm furious of the EPA's overreach. Coal, gas, oil, is that something, under Trump administration we should get back at?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've made those remarks before. Those are probably platform planks that I had when I was in the state house, and in particular, I think I served when Obama was serving, and we saw the quote unquote war on coal. We saw how government was the undue influence of the federal government was creating an uneven atmosphere for the private market. And certainly, natural gas is a natural competitor for coal, and that's fine. That's a private market activity, supply, demand, all of that stuff. We get all that. But but there is something definitely wrong when government puts its thumb on the scale and says, we want this rather than that. And so what I've seen President Trump do is have this all of the above approach, where we're gonna get rid of some of those undue influences. We're gonna create a level playing field, and we're gonna take it from there. So I think that bodes well for coal, and we're already seeing that, right? I mean, just the other day there was talking to, like, what is it, 14.5 billion tons or something of coal that was opened up, I think, in North Antelope Mine or something. I mean, that's great news. That's great for our county. I think, yahoo! I am all supportive of more of that activity in my county. I'm supportive of natural gas. I'm supportive of oil. I'm supportive of uranium mining. It's all of the above. I don't want to be exclusive and say, well, we only want to stick with this. Let's not cut ourselves off at the knees.
Here's an off-energy topic, and we really got to have you back on because we need more time to do this. We're down. We only have a couple of minutes. Just touch the surface, though. Property tax issues in Wyoming. You've been on both sides. You've been on the lawmaking side where we just saw property tax relief granted, and now you're on the county commission side and you see the other end like, oh no, we don't have the money. How do we balance a budget? It is a tough issue. People are getting put out of their homes. How are we going to solve this?
Yeah, it's like you said, that's a loaded topic. I'd love to come on and talk about that some more. I'll say this. I think it's important to recognize that while our state is trying to come up with remedies for these situations where we have these high assessed values, which raise our property taxes, the blame, people need to know where the real culprit is. Why is this happening? And it's not just happening in Wyoming, it's happening in every U.S. state, and that's a result of inflation. When Congress spends more money that it actually has, and they print money and they devalue the currency, it makes the worth of every single dollar that's in existence less. In other words, it takes more dollars to pay for the same goods and services, i.e. inflation. And that happens all across the market. So we are paying, it's a backdoor to taxes. They're not raising taxes on us, but in a way, they are raising taxes on us because it's costing everybody more money, and that includes property taxes as well. And so I don't have a good answer of how to fix that other than, hey, Congress, stop spending money you don't have. Stop getting into pointless wars. Stop funding Ukraine. Stop funding Israel. Let's actually practice America first. And if we are going to spend money, how about we spend money to develop ourselves here in America, protect our borders, increase our manufacturing. So yeah, I mean, I could go on about that. And there's a lot of different things that should be talked about when it comes to property taxes.
Well, that's a little homework for you. The next time we have you on, we need you to solve the property tax issue, Scott. Scott Clem on the show. Yep. Thank you for making time for us.
Absolutely. Take care.
Have a blessed Tuesday. Let's get top of the hour news going with Wendy.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The nuclear industry expansion debate has reached the city of Rock Springs, which just hired a communications contractor to educate the public about it and about other hot-button issues. Rock Springs Mayor Max Mickelson supports bringing nuclear-based business to the city and last week backed the now finalized hiring of a communications contractor whom he said will inform but not persuade the public about industry particulars. However, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that not all city elected officials are in favor of that move, especially since the public relations contractor is the wife of a city council member.
It's another branch of the pervasive nuclear debate where people are saying, the technology isn't sound enough for us to risk the groundwater and other treasures of Wyoming. So the way this erupted in Rock Springs last week and over the weekend was the city hired a special communications professional to educate the public on nuclear and other matters. And one councilman who voted nay on that hire, that contract, said, we're spending an extra $4,000 a month potentially on a propaganda machine.
The Wyoming legislature is considering expanding nuclear waste storage opportunities so small nuclear reactors could both generate power and store waste in the state. A massive search effort continues for a Minnesota man missing for nearly 2 weeks in the rugged Cloud Peak wilderness of northern Wyoming. Grant Gardner, a 38-year-old Minnesota man described as a skillful and experienced outdoorsman, texted his wife at about 7 p.m. on July 29th that he'd reached the top of Cloud Peak. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that he was reported missing to the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office on August 1st, and the search effort has grown and expanded ever since.
At least a dozen agencies, people have donated private aircraft, helicopters. They brought in radar that can just even the tiniest movement or differences, and they haven't found him. However, he is an experienced, skilled outdoorsman. He's been out there quite a bit, and his wife says he's very meticulous. Gardner's wife, Lauren, she just texted me, said that she's also very distraught, but also very hopeful.
Tips from hikers in that area are being routed to the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office. In the meantime, a GoFundMe campaign has been set up to help the family. Mining jobs in the Powder River Basin just got a boost from the Trump administration with the Department of the Interior's approval of a mining plan modification that will unlock 14.5 million tons of federally owned coal at the Antelope Mine in northeast Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the approval extends the mine's operations by about 6 months through 2037.
There have been 3 mines that wanted to have expansions done under the Biden administration. It ran into a long review process. That review process went through all the steps, according to the sources I spoke to, and finally came to a conclusion that yes, all 3 mines will be able to expand. For Wyoming, that means the Antelope Mine, which sits right on the border between Converse County and Campbell County.
Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon praised the decision in a statement, and U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman connected the Antelope Mine approval to broader legislative efforts supporting Wyoming's coal industry. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
The Perseid meteor shower will hit its spectacular peak over Wyoming's night skies on Tuesday, a chance to witness the annual summer astronomical phenomenon. And Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Wyoming is a great place to watch the shooting stars and the fireballs.
We're going to be seeing some shooting stars, the potential of fireballs, and even potentially a sonic boom. I was told by a professor at the University of Wyoming that searching for areas where there are dark skies without light pollution is the best way to see this spectacle, and you can do what's called cowboy camping, which is going out into the Wyoming wilderness and setting up a fire and a tent and just taking in the night sky.
While the Perseid shower is normally visible in some capacity between mid-July and September, it will reach peak intensity in the early morning hours of August 12th and 13th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Tuesday, and I'm trying to just chill myself out and counter the effects of all the kratom that I've been slurping up. It's the topic of the day. Renee Jean normally would be on right now, but she's got a important interview for one of her stories that she's got to get to, so we'll give her a hall pass today. She's always such a great guest. Scott Clem is a great guest. We got to have him on. He has to be like kind of regular with us. Love chatting with Scott. He just has so much insight on Wyoming. I mean, he's a young guy. He's still only, I don't know, 41? He was really young when he was a lawmaker, when he was in the legislature. And now he's Campbell County Commissioner. He was appointed to fill a vacant seat. So he hasn't run for election in that, and he'll be up for election in 27, I think. Be interesting to see what Scott chooses to do. I mean, sky's the limit for this guy politically. Like, even, U.S. Congress person from Wyoming. I don't know what the future has for Scott Clem, and I think the guy he could do anything, and Wyoming needs 3 or 4 more Scott Clems. Fun guest to talk to. He mentioned a little bit of inflation and, the reasons behind how the U.S. has got itself into a bit of an inflation cycle here. In fact, it's breaking news from Yahoo Finance. The latest report is in, and we are looking at inflation. Core inflation rises by the most in 6 months. And again, tariffs being blamed for that, although the big tariff that's going to affect you and I most, I think, is the one with China. And that just got another 90-day extension. I heard that last night on the BBC, driving home in the middle of the night, about 12:30 in the morning. And they talked about another extension into November, the tariffs with China. That's going to be the big one. We're talking about 100% tariffs, and it's very complex. The things that U.S. wants to put tariffs on from China, the things that China wants to put tariffs on from, it's a lot of negotiation. President Trump likes to fancy himself an expert negotiator. And he's got a job cut out for him with China. And they just extended, so the tariffs with China extended. I'm worried that a lot of inflation right now, in part, is being fueled by corporate and retailer greed. I think sometimes even when tariffs are not to blame, I think retailers, manufacturers, are raising prices, particularly like retailers are just raising prices and blaming it on tariffs. You can almost charge whatever you want. When people want it, they'll pay whatever for it. And that's inflation. When we need to have something so bad that no matter how high the price goes, we're going to pay it. Inflation remains sticky in July, according to new government data released today. Investors are saying President Trump's tariffs are starting to affect consumer costs. The latest data from Bureau of Labor Statistics show that core inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy costs, rose 0.3% over the past month. That's surpassing how much it rose in June, which was 0.2%, and marking the largest gain in the last 6 months. So we are in undeniably, an inflation cycle right now. where we're just throwing money at whatever we want to buy, whatever we have to have, like groceries, and then whatever we want to have, no matter the cost, we're going to buy it. Even if it's a piece of rock that fell to earth in the middle of the Saharan desert in Niger, in the West African nation of Niger, a $5 million asteroid rock. They say it's from Mars. I do not know how scientists know that. Have we actually been to Mars and were able to get samples of Mars? I'm woefully underinformed about that. We sent a probe to Mars, right? Did we land on it? How do we know this rock is from Mars? That's what I want to know. NASA's Mars Exploration Program, established in 1993. Yeah, they show a photo of us, and we got a little rover on Mars. Yeah. All right, we've been to Mars. So this rover must have analyzed what Mars is made of, and that's how we know that this rock they found in the Saharan desert is actually a piece of Mars. In fact, it's the largest piece of Mars ever found on Earth. A 54-pound meteorite was recently auctioned off in New York last month. It fetched $5 million. There you go with inflation. Inflation is like an auction that's gone out of control, where everybody's raising their paddle and saying, I'll buy it. And it just gets higher and higher, and Sotheby's is rubbing their hands together. And meanwhile, us fools are saying, I'll bid more than that. $5 million for a rock from outer space. I mean, that's inflation in a nutshell right there. Your average auction today. Babe Ruth baseball card, rock from Mars, whatever. We got more money than we know what to do with. And we're ready to just throw it at anything. 54-pound rock from Mars, auctioned off for $5 million. Here's why it's controversial. Niger wants its rock back. Basically, the West African nation of Niger saying that rusty red rock that was unearthed in the Saharan desert was smuggled out of the country. Illicit international trafficking is the claim. They say, wait a minute. We want our Mars rock back, or we want a piece of that $5 million. Sotheby's said the rock, unsexily named NWA 16788. NWA, that stands for something else. You know what that stands for, the rap group NWA. Use your imagination. I can't say it on the air. Remember the American hip hop group from Compton, California? NWA. In fact, it's the most Googled question on the interwebs. What does NWA stand for? Once again, I get off track. NWA 16788. That was the name of the rock that was blown off the surface of Mars by a massive asteroid strike. It traveled 140 million miles to get here. What a journey. Again, how do scientists know this? How do scientists know this is a rock from Mars? And how do they know how it got here? It was discovered in the Sahara Desert in northwestern Niger by a meteorite hunter back in November of 2023. This meteorite hunter's identity was not disclosed. The buyers of the Mars rock identity not disclosed. But meteorite hunting, from what I learned on the BBC last night and from what I read in the story, is a growing trend. People are meteorite hunting, particularly in the Saharan, because its arid climate makes it a prime spot. For one thing, it's huge. I mean, the Saharan desert, when you look at where could a meteorite hit Earth? Well, most likely water. I mean, what, 70% of the Earth is water. If something hits Earth, if a meteorite, if a piece of Mars breaks off and heads hurtling towards Earth and the atmosphere doesn't disintegrate it enough that it actually hits with some impact, where is it going to hit? Probably water. 70% chance it's going to hit an ocean. In the event that it does hit land, what's the next likely place? Africa. Because Africa is huge, man. And the Saharan desert, because it's relatively open, can you imagine if this piece of Mars fell in, a jungle? You'd never find it. But the desert, it's pretty wide open. And it's a favorable climate for the preservation of pieces of meteorite. Meteorite hunting is a growing trend in the Saharan desert, just for your FYI. But interesting story that Niger says they want their rock back. Hold on, Sotheby's. How did you get a hold of that piece of Mars? John Oliver. Do you know who John Oliver is? I've heard of him. Last Week Tonight, is that a show, a TV show? I guess he's a host. John Oliver, host of Last Week Tonight. Last Week Tonight. That can't be a show. All right, first let me look up who John Oliver is, because he had a great quote about Dean Cain. John Oliver, British-American comedian. Yeah, it's on HBO. No wonder. I don't know anything that's on HBO. The Last of Us. I don't get HBO. And I haven't gotten HBO maybe ever, because it costs money. I'm not going to pay for HBO. So anything on HBO, I'm painfully unaware of, ignorant toward. Like this dude that's all of a sudden the most popular actor in the world. I never heard of him. Last of Us. The guy who's like the it actor of the moment. What's his name? Pedro Pascal. All of a sudden, this guy is everywhere. Everywhere I look, Pedro Pascal. He was just on Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR show. I just heard him last weekend, a couple days ago. Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal's everywhere now, all off of The Last of Us TV series. I mean, he's in some movies too, I guess, but he's all of a sudden somebody. And everybody's talking about The Last of Us. Bill Sniffen watches it. I've never seen it because it's on HBO, and I've never heard of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver because it's on HBO. But John Oliver sounds like a funny guy. Here's what he said about Dean Cain. Dean Cain, of course, famous for playing Superman in that one movie and then disappeared like a one-hit wonder. What have you ever heard of Dean Cain? And that's what John Oliver was digging at when he responded to the news that Dean Cain said. Dean said, many people may know this, but I am law enforcement. I have a law enforcement background prior to acting. And he volunteered, Dean Cain, Superman, volunteered to become an ICE agent. He said, I'll sign up. I'm all for the cause, immigration, and I have the background. If ICE needs me, I stand ready, says Dean Cain. I'm ready to put on the cape and become Superman for ICE. And John Oliver's response was gold. He said, for one thing, he's like, well, this is very convenient for Dean Cain. There's no reason he would have to wear a mask for ICE because nobody is going to recognize this guy. He continued to take shots. He said, there's an old saying in Hollywood, if all you can get is Dean Cain, you're effed. And then he mentions Dean Cain's portfolio of work. He's saying, I'm not saying that ICE isn't finding people. I'm just saying that when you're reduced to pinning a badge on a 59-year-old star of The Dog Who Saved Christmas, The Dog Who Saved Christmas Vacation, The Dog Who Saved the Holidays, The Dog Who Saved Halloween, The Dog Who Saved Easter, and The Dog Who Saved Summer, then maybe you're in trouble. Talk about a B-lister. I mean, Dean Cain's, claim to fame, the Superman role, that was it. Because after that, he starred in the Dog Who series. I didn't not seen any of those, and I never heard any of those, but what a shot from John Oliver. He's saying, I'm not saying ICE is desperate, but if you're seriously looking at a 59-year-old star actor of The Dog Who Saved Christmas, The Dog Who Saved Christmas Vacation, The Dog Who Saved the Holidays, The Dog Who Saved Halloween, The Dog Who Saved Easter, The Dog Who Saved... Wow, they really made a lot out of that franchise. Yeah, good shot from John Oliver on the whole Dean Cain ICE thing. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. I'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Tent Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Tom checks in from Watkins Glen, New York. Hi, Tom. Shayna. Good morning from Rock Springs. Good morning. My mom is also chiming in from New York. Hi, Mom. Yes, I'm eating right. Actually, I'm not eating. Oh, I'm eating terrible. All I had to eat yesterday was one slice of cold pizza on the way home from my DJ gig. One slice of cold pizza. That was it. That was all that was left after the wedding. That's all they gave me. They said, "You want some of the wedding cake?" I'm like, what else you got? Cold pizza. Okay. Driving home, and I didn't see any of the Perseid meteor showers. I didn't notice them anyway. So, what is the deal with middle-aged men, middle-aged pervs? And many of them, unfortunately, coming from the pastoral world, coming from a church. What is with these guys? And they all, to me, they all seem to fit the same mold. They all look the same when you look at these guys. For one, is this more prevalent now, or are we just hearing about it more now? Where these, to stereotype it, the typical story is a guy in his 50s, maybe 60s, and he's got a past history of inappropriate contact, touching in a sexual manner, a minor, a young girl or a young boy. And this, it seems to be once a week we get a guy who's pleading guilty to this or admitting to this or is sentenced for this. Is this happening more and more, and why? Or are we just hearing about it more and more because why? I don't know. Because every time I hear a victim of one of these guys, like if it's a girl, let's say it's a girl, and she said, when I was 8 years old, this pastor of this church would sit me on his lap, and I'm paraphrasing actual stories from what's happening in the news, Claire McFarland. And when I was 8, he would sit me on his lap, and it felt weird, she would say, but I didn't know how to tell him I felt weird. These poor girls. Man, dads out there, teach your girls to speak up when something feels weird. If you as a dad, the most important thing you can do for your daughter is to show her what's appropriate and what's not, and tell her, hey, be that girl that says, I don't like that. Because in almost all these cases where these pervs are allowed to do their thing, it's more than one incident, it's more than one girl, because they're afraid. And these are over the line. This isn't just wishy-washy gray area. Is this too, is touching her, is putting your hands on her shoulder or petting a girl or nuzzling, this is put the girl face down on a bed and give her a massage and undo her bra. That's not appropriate anywhere, young ladies. I don't think our demographics include a lot of listeners that are 7 years old, but if you're riding around in the car with your mom and dad right now and you hear me, hear this. If somebody, an uncle, a pastor, a friend of the family is touching you or doing anything that makes you feel weird, like that's creepy, speak up. Tell your mom and dad. Tell everybody. And certainly tell the person doing it. I don't like that. I don't like that. Because maybe we stop things in the beginning. Here's just the latest in what seems to be a weekly occurrence. Man pleads guilty to child sex acts after confessing to church members. Casper man awaiting sentencing. And I'm looking at his photo. It's John Darenfelt. And he looks exactly like another guy. In fact, not even a guy in Wyoming. These stories are very easy to find. Just look up pastor and sexual abusing, just do a Google search and you'll get like 1 million hits. He looks just like Thomas Pinkerton Jr., former youth pastor at Central Christian Church in Baltimore County. This story happened in Baltimore? I don't know, but yeah, it happened in Maryland. This has become so prevalent in the news that NBC News has a regular series called Pastors and Pray. Not that kind of pray. Pray like Prey. That's how prevalent the problem has become. They have a regular news series, Pastors and Pray. Here's today's edition. Meet Thomas Pinkerton Jr., arrested after allegedly sexually abusing at least 6 teens. This story popped today in Maryland. Coinciding with the story that popped today in Wyoming, Claire McFarland, this Casper man, John Darenfelt, 60-year-old, pled guilty to 2 counts of third-degree sexual abuse of a minor this month. He's looking at prison time, awaiting sentencing. And it all stems from age-old behavior. Women, one woman, these girls, these victims are now in their late teens, early 20s. And they recall a time, one of the victims said she was about 8 years old, and Darenfelt would place the girl on his lap, put his hands on her hips. It made her feel uncomfortable, the woman recalled, but she didn't want to be disrespectful. Be disrespectful. She didn't understand how to tell him she was not comfortable with that. Just tell him. I'm not comfortable with that. The girl suffered from migraines, so Darenfelt would help ease her pain by rubbing her shoulders and doing other stuff, and brought her to the bed. It was just awful. She's not the only one. Another one said, yeah, same thing. Touching, rubbing, not good. And when I recount this story from Claire McFarland, I have to preface it, unfortunately, with saying, Yeah, this is the guy from church that was feeling up minors. Not to be confused with that other guy from church that was feeling up minors. This guy from Moorcroft, and this was in the story 2 months ago, June of this year, Claire McFarland, where a guy came forward saying, I'm the terrible one. Moorcroft man accused of touching girls during church. This guy's 81, faces 81 years in prison. 64-year-old Moorcroft man. Again, the stereotype, the ID, the profile tends to be a guy in his early 60s that just is pervy about kids. This is Charles Chuck Massey, who, when he was around the age 49, 50, early 50s, he came forward during an investigation with a child forensic and just admitted, he's like, I'm the terrible one. He admitted, I'm not saying the girls liked it and it wasn't them. It was all me. He said, I'm the terrible one and I'm going for help. I think this Moorcroft man later pleaded not guilty, even after this admission, but this stuff happens far too often. Casper, Oil City News. This one goes back to 2022. 14 counts sexual abuse. Robert Gilmore serving 4 to 6 years for indecent liberties with a minor. Let me guess, he's probably in his early 60s. And yeah, there's just no end to these stories. And I wonder if this is a rash of bad behavior. Like, what is causing this? Is there too much fluoride in the water? Is it energy drinks? What is going on that this seems to be in the news far too often? Or else we're just hearing about it more. Maybe more women are feeling empowered to come forward. The Me Too movement. Maybe it's one of those deals. I don't know. Jen Coker, who couldn't be on with us today, she is tied up. Jen has a story about Casper parents who channel their grief over losing a baby into an annual dart tournament. This is 8 years going now, this dart tournament. And this couple is just never really get over the loss of a healthy baby boy, Declan Lemp. Healthy baby boy one day, and the next thing his parents know, the 14-month-old died in his sleep. This is back in 2017. Mysterious ailment. Doctors still not sure, and they're calling it pretty much SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. There's some times you just never know why, and that creates a stigma, and it's tough. It's tough for mom and dad when you got a healthy baby boy. He wasn't born premature. He has no health issues. He's just a regular baby. And sometime before the age of 2, the baby goes to sleep and never wakes up. And the parents are Samantha and Steve Lemp. And their loss was a 14-month Declan Lemp. And they, not knowing why is really vexing. Doctors technically classified Declan's death as accidental, but there's no real answer. The closest they can come up with is SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. But the parents talk about the stigma associated with it. First, they talk about, they want to be able to blame something, and we couldn't. We wanted to find a reason, and we couldn't. There was no reason. Nothing made sense. That made it more difficult, Mom Samantha said. And then, how you go about interacting with the community. Samantha, the mom, said child death is taboo. No one wants to talk about it because it's a touchy subject. It makes people feel awkward at times. That is yet another aspect of losing a child. I mean, that's hard enough. That's tough to take. But then the idea that nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to talk about it. You really feel alone and isolated, I can imagine. So what Samantha and her husband did was they doubled down and they said, let's use this for something positive. And in 2017, they launched the first Declan Dean Summer Shootout, a dart tournament that brings players together from all over Wyoming. You maybe didn't know there were not professional, but there's talented dart throwers. In fact, in this story from Jen Coker, there's an estimated, and I don't know how you come up with an estimate like this. There's an estimated 300 dart players, people who identify themselves as pretty good at dart throwing. It's in her group. Samantha said it's a growing group. It has around 300 dart players, her group. And then once a year, they get together with this tournament, 8 years running now. And proceeds go to the Wyoming chapter of the National Tears Foundation that provides help with funeral expenses and grief support groups and other services. So a good positive story. We should add that the couple did have another child, and that kid goes to the dart tournaments, and he's fine. But yeah, a good story with a positive twist from Jen Coker. Casper parents channel their grief of losing a baby back in 2017 into an annual dart tournament in Casper. It's growing pretty popular. And darts also have that stigma of being, darts is something you play in a bar almost exclusively. But the Lemps say it's really a family, like it's something that everybody can get involved in. Samantha and Steve say, from kids to adults, everybody likes to throw darts. Let's take one last break and we'll make a run for the finish line here on a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jade.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Tuesday. I want to introduce you to Hannah Cairo. She's a 17-year-old mathematical prodigy from the Bahamas. Every once in a while, somebody is just born with brains. I mean, how do you explain it? Nature, nurture. I mean, this is the Bahamas. I'm not saying people are dumb in the Bahamas, but I don't know. Maybe my expectations of somebody born in the Bahamas is they're not going to grow up to be a world-renowned mathematician. They're not going to grow up to be Einstein. This young lady is already Einstein. Hannah Cairo, 17-year-old. Most 17-year-olds still struggling to get through their junior year of high school, maybe. She's taking college classes at UC Berkeley. And one of the assignments from the professor was to, if you want extra credit, like this is like stupid extra credit, you'll never, the professor assigns this knowing no kid is ever going to go through with it. It's an impossible task. He said, show me the proof for the mathematical conjecture, a long-standing math conjecture. This is one of those things, I don't even pretend to understand it. I mean, Hannah Cairo's operating on a whole nother level. She's next level smart. And I'm only as smart as my coffee intake will allow me, which is another story. If you drink coffee, you could stave off the effects of Alzheimer's, which, if true, I'm going to be sharp as a tack when I'm 200 years old. I drink so much coffee, you can't believe it. New study finds caffeine boosts cellular energy management, aiding DNA repair and helping to slow down the aging process. I'm going to be super smart at 200 years old with the amount of caffeine I drink. But I digress. Let me get back to this super smart mathematician, 17-year-old Hannah. Hannah accepted the challenge from her professor to prove, which means, I assume it means getting on that chalkboard or your own paperwork, proving a mathematical theory. In other words, this mathematical theory, well-known, long-standing, is the Mizrahi-Takeuchi conjecture. It had challenged experts for decades. It's one of those unsolved math riddles. And it's, as best I can describe it, it's something that theoretically has an answer. And we know it, and we're sure of it. And Mizrahi and Takeuchi are sure of it. They just haven't been able to do the math to get there. So when the teacher says, show your work, that's where the problem is. You come up with the answer. What's 3 minus 2? 1. Show your work. Well, you have 3 apples, take away 2, you got 1 left. Show your work has baffled scientists through the decades. So Hannah Cairo says, okay, I'll take that challenge. I'll prove this theory. She spends months trying to prove the result, trying to show her work, trying to get to the answer. And she said, I finally realized why it was so difficult. She said, it's wrong. The whole theory is wrong. She said, I got to a point where I was doing the math and I was able in my mind to refute the claim. She turned the whole world upside down on its head. She brought it to her professor, Ruxi Zhang, some Chinese professor. She brought the work and she said, well, remember that assignment of proving the Mizuhara-Takeuchi conjecture? I actually disproved it. It doesn't work. It's not true. She approached the problem with persistence, eventually constructing a counterexample using fractals. Okay, girl. You go, girl. Use your brain. She said, it took me a while to convince my professor I had actually correctly disproved the mathematical theory. Hannah's passion for mathematics began early in life. She's always wanted to be a mathematician. There are some kids like that. She said when she was 13 or 14 years old, she wrote a paper on number theory that dealt with a problem nobody cared about. She laughed. She's always operated on next level. And how about this? This Hannah Cairo, 17-year-old mathematical prodigy from the Bahamas, taking college level classes at UC Berkeley, turns the math world on its head, disproving a theory that every other Einstein in the world nodded in agreement. Oh, yes, theoretically, this can work. Can you show me the work? No, I haven't been able to figure it out yet. This 17-year-old figured it out, and she figured it out that it was all wrong. Astounding. Here's another 17-year-old. He's in trouble. Actually, he's 19. Sorry. I de-aged him. 19-year-old pilot, youth pilot, Ethan Guo. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing his name right. Let's see how Siri pronounces his name. I'd be interested to know. It doesn't exactly mean it's correct. Yeah.
Ethan Guo.
Ethan Guo. Okay, I'll do that. American pilot Ethan Guo, who is listed as a U.S. teen influencer. Oh, these freaking influencers. There's influencers everywhere. 10 years ago, there was no such thing as an influencer. Suddenly today, kids grow up and that's all they want to be. And I'm showing my boomer era tendencies, but when I grew up, you wanted to be a baseball player, an astronaut, a fireman, something like that. Conventional stuff. Today, you want to grow up and be a YouTube influencer. What? That's not a job. Well, apparently it is. These kids get paid way more than I ever will. This teen influencer is he's on a fundraising mission for cancer research, and he's trying to become the youngest pilot to fly around the world and visit all 7 continents, landing his plane solo on all 7 continents of the world. Well, he's in trouble because back in June, he landed in a remote location in Chile, in the Chilean territory, actually, of Antarctica. Now, maybe he didn't know. I don't know. But he landed in Antarctica, in a part of Antarctica that is actually owned by, a flag in the ground by, Chile. And Chile punished him by basically holding him since June. He's finally been let go, but not without punishment. Chile fined the 19-year-old $30,000, which, could have been money that would be earmarked for the Children's Cancer Foundation. Chile fined him $30,000 and said, don't ever come back to Antarctica or Chile for 5 years. He's had a 5-year ban from the country, but he is finally released. He's been held since June after landing without authorization on it's a tiny island, the Punta Arenas. I better have Siri pronounce that as well.
Punta Arenas.
Punta Arenas. Oh, yeah. So he lands on this remote Antarctica island owned by Chile. Chile says, you're in trouble, kid. And Guo began this trip last year when he promised to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents. Well, he almost did it. Maybe, I don't know if he's completed the mission or not, but he flew his Cessna 182Q single-engine light aircraft known for its versatility. And, finally released the other day, I think yesterday, that Chile said they were going to let him go, but not without punishment. Fine $30,000 and a 5-year ban from ever coming back to Chile. Although he wasn't technically in Chile, right? I don't know. I'm as confused as this 19-year-old pilot. He probably didn't know anything about where he was. Is that all our stories from the Cowboy State Daily? I think I've got to all of them. At least all of them that I wanted to. And yeah, I think I did. And we're just about out of time anyway. So, wow, perfect timing. How about that? That'll do it for us on a Tuesday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Enjoy your day. Remember tonight, stay up late and watch the Perseid meteor showers. 100 meteors per hour. You're guaranteed to see one tonight. About after midnight, look up in the sky and watch those meteorite showers. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake wraps up here on a Tuesday. Thanks for spending your day with us.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.